Good morning, everyone. I don't know if you've started recording, Singita, but I think we can start recording. I know that we said we're going to start at about 9:05, but since the first two speakers are already here, maybe we should just get the ball rolling and everyone else is going to join us as we go ahead. So I thought I should just quickly show my video and then introduce myself. My name is Thandeka Ntshangase, as presented on the screen. I'm the current Monitoring and Evaluations Coordinator, working at the National Agricultural Marketing Council for the Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan. I know there's a whole long bio of myself, so feel free to read that. But for now, I think we should just get ahead and go to our first speaker. Today, we are going to be talking about the trade. Can you show the agenda, please, for everyone? Yes. So today we're going to be talking about the Trade Awareness Workshop for Emerging Farmers on Wines. We are set to start now at 9 and we are going to finish at 1:30, but hopefully we're all finishing at before 1:30. It's going to be a long day, jam-packed, and we all know that there's a lot that's happening in the wine industry. So there is a potential chance of this taking longer than it's supposed to, but I'll try to keep on time. Every speaker has approximately, except our first speaker, has approximately 25 minutes for their presentation, and then we'll have 2 presentations. Thereafter, we're going to have a question and answer. And another thing is I'd kindly like to ask everyone to please switch off their videos. The speakers can, when they're starting to introduce themselves, open their video so that everyone can see you, but that's solely up to you. It's absolutely fine if you don't have to because of bandwidth and the likes, but we kindly ask that everyone have their videos off. Buddy, I see that yours is still on, so please kindly assist with that. Another note for today is I would kindly like that we all just are respectful, that we engage, that we have an enthusiastic and progressive day, and that we come out of this with positivity more than anything. There's been so much negativity, specifically in the media with the wines industry, but we're hoping that today's presentations and engagements are going to shed light and they're going to sort of encourage everyone that actually the future is not so bleak. So I'm hoping that it's going to be very progressive. And I see we have a lot of people engaged who are on the platform with us. We have quite a number of participants. So I'm hoping that it's going to be a wonderful, wonderful experience. Another thing that I'd like for everyone to do for me is kindly please show your hand if you want to ask questions, although questions and answers are going to be set for a specific time. But when that time does actually arrive, please kindly just raise your hand and I'll ask the people who are assisting me to kindly note. I'll also note on my side which people have their hands up, and then we'll take it from there. Another thing is there is going to be a register that's going to be circulating. Please kindly fill that up for me, and let's go for it. Our first speaker for today is Ms. Pindiwe Dingila. Ms. Pindiwe Dingila is the Chief Director of International Relations and Trade and a former foreign representative of the Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries to Japan, and she served for a period of 4 years. Her current responsibilities include advancing the sectorial international relations, formalizing agricultural-related trade, and to pursue expansion of the current international market. Before returning to government, she worked as the head of Department, Environment, Sports and Recreation for Stellenbosch. She also worked as the Chief Executive Officer for the City of Cape Town Development Entity in Khayelitsha Community Trust. So we can see that our first speaker actually has a vast knowledge, not only in the agricultural spectrum, but also in the Western Cape, where the wines are specifically concentrated in. Today, she'll be giving us the welcome address and the purpose for our workshop. Please take it away, Ms. Dingila.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Facilitator, Ms. Tande Kanchangase. It is great to have you on here. I think one aspect of introduction is that I'm also the co-chairperson of the wine industry value chain. More relevant for today, I think that we need to add. Thank you so much. Colleagues, good morning to you all, and we appreciate that you took time and shown interest into our seminar. I am taking this opportunity as I'm greeting you to welcome you all at this information awareness workshop. The focus of our workshop today, we need to be sharing the critical aspects of trade in the export value chain and advancing each other's knowledge and information so that we are able to contribute better. As you may be aware, the South African agriculture economy is export-oriented, and with these webinars, we aim to invest in knowledge and information sharing to advance and sustain the industry contribution to our GDP. This information awareness session today has been made possible by the collaboration between NAMC, our National Agriculture Marketing Council, the DTIC and other government entities, as well as other role players such as industry association. We thank you and welcome you all in this session. Our first online commodity export awareness webinar was held in 2021. We can appreciate the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic that have introduced us to having a norm of using the webinars for sharing information and conducting you all. We undertook to run a series of webinars at that time, and we can now count to say this is the sixth export webinar that we have been running. And we are taking that as a very positive contributing aspect of communication. The previous webinars that we ran covered the red meat, wool, cotton and mohair, dried fruits and raisin, maize and soya, as well as dry bean industries. These were part of series that we have been running, and they were all successful. And we hope this one focusing on wine will as equally as a success like the others. The purpose of this specific wine webinar is to discuss and gain better understanding, awareness of what it takes to trade in the export industry. The topics that will be covered will contain generic information on where to obtain export assistance, as well as presentations that will be more specific to wine for export markets. Information related to export can be critical to the success of our producers and traders in decision making, and therefore we found it very much necessary for us to bring this information to the people that are in need. Awareness and knowledge are enablers for our emerging producers to realize equal opportunities to produce for sophisticated local and international markets, and the wine markets are among those that are sophisticated. It is also important for them to know about the potential risk that we have to overcome. Critical aspects of successes and emerging producers and exporters will be discussed also in this session. For the export market, we require volumes, quality, and there are standards that are determined for us to ensure that we are able to meet before we can export. Export facilitation may also be a cross-cutting area that is covered by a number of government departments, and we undertook to coordinate all of those for you today. Government and its institution have a role in terms of information and communication awareness to leverage trade and promotion growth. And the purpose of awareness, again, is to bring together various specialized role players into the common platform so that we can build on each other's knowledge. Our honorable speakers have been carefully selected and are including, as indicated, the government departments, the industry associations. I can mention that we have Small Enterprise Development Agency, SEDA. We have National Agricultural Marketing Council, Wines of South Africa, WASA, and we also have Wines of South Africa. Yes, indeed, I've mentioned that. We all welcome you. We know that we also have developed a step-by-step exporter manual that also describes the aspect of export participation. Colleagues, we cannot only depend on the exporter manual that we all have to go through and peruse. Interactions like this are more valuable, that we can have a contact face-to-face at some point. We know that at this point we are online, but we can see each other, we can interact better than going through a document that is available. So you will use our exporter manual as your reference document, but today we would like to encourage you that you take this opportunity and have a fruitful engagements with the stakeholders that are among each other, that are in this platform. We also believe that your interactions will assist those that would have not identified the challenge that possibly you will raise today, but based on your question, we will be able to learn and advance our strategies to ensure that we sustain this sector. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome you all and wish you fruitful deliberations. And I would like to hand over to the best facilitator that have been selected for today, Ms. Thandeka Ntshangase. All the best for you all, and I will continue to be part of the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dingile. The smile that you've put on my face this morning, thank you. So basically, I think you have captured what today is all about. Once again, colleagues, I'd kindly like you to please switch off your videos as you enter the session today, so that we don't get distracted from the proceedings going forward. There is a lot that's happening in the wine industry. I thought I should share briefly that I just recently read that there was an impact study of the South African wine industry, which was conducted for SA Wines by FTI Consulting, I believe. And the report on the wine and brandy industry's impact on the economy showed that it is being shackled by multiple challenges, such as issues at ports, policy uncertainty, illicit alcohol trade, rolling blackouts and disruptions due to geopolitical issues, as well as we're still seeing the effects from the crippling COVID restrictions. So these factors are putting producers and wineries under considerable pressure, and they're threatening the livelihoods as well as the economy. We are hopeful, though, for webinars such as today, which potentially show that there is still work that is being done, that there is still possibilities. Like Ms. Dingile has shared, actually, that there is an export manual that everyone can actually sort of work with and dibble at. It's that export manual is going to be shared at the chat box, in the chat box. I think it's going to be sent in the chat box. Please have a look at that as well. But more than anything, I'm hoping that today's presentations are going to shed more of a positive light in the wine industry, and we are going to all leave here more positive than anything else. So I'm hopeful for better engagement, for a positive outlook, as opposed to everything that the media has been sharing to us about the wine industry. With that note, let's move to our next speaker, which is Ms. Nkateko Ngobeni. Ms. Nkateko Ngobeni has over 15 years experience in managing local and national government grant funding, financial reporting, contract management, compliance with legislative framework, and capacity building. EMIA scheme funds over 30 international exhibitions annually, and she ensures that all financial commitments comply with the guidelines, and financial reporting is in line with recognized accounting standards. Furthermore, the organization collaborates with other government entities and conducts workshops to bring awareness about government funding for export marketing, other non-financial assistance related to exporting. So this is so exciting because it's basically platforms like this that allow people like Ms. Ngobeni to share what funding or what potential possibilities are there for the wine sector. I know recently the guys have shared with me that there is some sort of challenges with getting funding specifically for the wine industry. So we look forward to your presentation, Ms. Ngobeni, and take it away. Thank you very much.
Okay. My name is Nkateko from DTIC. I just want to thank everyone here for joining us today in this presentation and this awareness, and also like to thank our previous speakers, Mr. Nchangase and and the Chief Director as well. I am from the DTIC. I will be presenting on the EMIA scheme. Let me just mention that this is just one of the scheme among the many schemes that the DTI is offering. All the information is available on the website. Each and every scheme has got its own guidelines, which will guide you in terms of funding that you qualify for, as well as the, the requirements that you need to meet before you qualify for funding. This particular incentive, which is called EMIA, Export Marketing and Investment Assistant, is just basically to assist company to go to exhibitions and be able to showcase their product and hopefully be able to secure export orders, and also conclude contracts if it's possible, as well as attracting foreign direct investment into the country. So while we're still waiting for the presentation, I can't see it. Yes, if you can move to the next slide, please. Okay, as I have indicated, EMIA is an incentive offered by the DTIC to compensate exporters for costs incurred in respect of identifying new markets, as well as developing markets for their products, also to recruit foreign direct investment into the country. Next slide, please. We have got two divisions under EMIA, the one that is called group participation. This is where we group companies together to go to the exhibitions. We either go to exhibitions, or we go to conferences, or we go to site to actually see what is going on this businesses. But recently, with regards to conferences and doing site visit from the group participation, it has not been taking place in the current financial year. We're not sure if it is going to take place in the next financial year, but however, what they have been focusing on, it's the special projects like AGOA and BRICS. And then the second offering that we have, it is called the individual participation. With regards to individual participation, it is whereby companies are given an opportunity to go to exhibitions of their choice. These are exhibitions that are not within our list of approved exhibitions. At the beginning of each and every financial year, there's a list of exhibitions that we go and participate in. So if that particular exhibition that the company wants to go and participate in, it's not on the list, they are given an opportunity to apply to go to that particular exhibition as an individual, of which that process it is facilitated by another division, which is not in our section. However, we work together, and the contact details of the relevant people will be provided at the end. And another offering that it is within that other division that I was talking about, it is called the project funding, where it focuses on sector-specific funding as well as capital project feasibility programs. So the guidelines for those two offerings are available on the website, which is totally different from what I'm going to be presenting on today. So if we can just move to the next slide, please. Okay, that's just the list of requirements, which is straightforward in terms of what is it that the company needs to have in order for them to qualify to apply for funding or to apply for participation. Actually, it's straightforward, and yeah, we can move to the next slide, please. Okay, I believe that as well. You can see it's straightforward. Yeah, can move to the next presentation. Okay, so with regards to how to apply for this funding, when we go to exhibition, we take applications 5 months prior to the date of exhibitions. With regards to group mission, we take application 2 months prior to the exhibition. The details of where to submit the application, who to submit the application to, it is on the list that I have mentioned that it gets approved at the beginning of the financial year. So each and every exhibition that we are going to participate in has a project manager whom you need to forward your email to. That details will be provided on the list. All the applications, they go through adjudication committee for approval, and then when a company is successful, they are informed. If they're not successful, they're also informed. The last point is just to say that EMIA reserves the right to decline qualifying entities due to budget constraints. It's not only budget constraints, there are so many issues that come into play whereby a company has been approved. However, situation beyond our control happens, like COVID-19, we had to cancel most of the events that we needed to go and participate in. Next slide, please. This is just an indication of the sectors that we target. We target almost all the sectors. I believe with regards to wine, it will fall under processing, and these sectors are obviously each and every event focus on a specific sector. So there's information you can share with your within your network to say that there is an incentive at the DTI that can help you market your product outside. It's not only agro-processing, there's a whole lot of other sectors that are covered. And on that list that I am talking about, it will specify this particular show is going to be focusing on this particular sector. So that will be straightforward on the list. Next slide, please. So here are the things that gets covered. We pay for travel, local and international. We pay for accommodation. We pay for exhibition cost. We pay for freight if it is needed. We also pay for ground transport. So basically, you can see that all the costs with regards to getting a company to the desired exhibition, they're all covered for. And just to mention that we only pay for one delegate per company. If a company wants to take 2 delegates, they are welcome to do so, but it is at their own cost. We also, with regards to emerging companies, we pay 100% regardless of where we are taking them to, in order to empower them. But with regards to other size companies, there is a limit that is kept, so that at least it doesn't look like we are not assisting. We are assisting, but to a certain limit, unlike emerging exporters. So we do all the logistics at during that time, when after the when we say we close 5 months prior to the event, that time is just to give us, you know, time to do all the logistics so that when the day comes, everything it is in place. So however, if there are changes, you know, maybe a company wants to book, they want to make their own travel arrangements, they have to get approval first before they travel. When they make their own arrangement, upon coming back, that is when they come and claim. So these are the documents that a company needs to submit upon return. But very important is that a company must get approval to do their own arrangement prior to traveling to that particular exhibition. So it is the same as individual participation. A company needs to get approval before they go to an exhibition. You need to get an approval letter to say that this is the amount that we are going to reimburse you when you come back from that particular exhibition. Okay, next slide, please. Conditions. This is very important because especially the first point, that applicants must submit feedback reports in 4 cycles. That's 3 months after the event, 6, 9, 12 months after the event. I think this has changed. I'm not sure the exact time, but what is important, it is a 6 months after the event. Companies are requested to give us an indication as to whether they have made export orders or they haven't, I mean, export sales. What happens with this information, it is that we use it to determine the return on investment on a particular show. If we are taking companies to exhibitions and they are not making sales, you know, in the long run, you know, at the end of the day, it looks like, you know, we are not getting anything in return as a company, because the point, I mean, as a country, because the point of taking companies to exhibition is that they can make sales and then also increase exports. So it is through these reports that we get an indication as to whether, you know, companies are really achieving that objective of making sales. And then the second point, it says, in order to enhance the performance of the schemes, the reports are key in determining the upcoming events, as I've indicated. This year, we are having challenges with regards to the approval list for which is going to be for 2025, because companies have not been doing well in terms of, you know, submitting report and giving us an indication as to whether you know, we are making sales in these exhibitions or not. So when companies come back and they don't report to DTIC, regardless of being called and emailed and, you know, doing all kinds of follow-ups. So at the end of the day, it delays the whole process. And talking about delaying the whole process, in the first quarter of 2024-2025, we currently going to miss all the shows because the list has been delayed in terms of approval and in terms of, you know, giving management the required information in order for them to decide that we are participating. So we are hoping that that list will be released by the end of this financial year, so that we can start. And obviously we are only going to start with the shows that are going to be taking place around July or yeah, for this first quarter of the next financial year. We are already late. That is just to say that if companies do not submit their reports, they will be excluded from accessing EMIA funding for a period of 24 months. Another point is that we also conduct site visits. As we've been working with companies for quite a while, we noticed that, you know, there are people who can just submit documentation, but, you know, there is nothing really happening on the ground. So randomly they will select companies whereby we are going to conduct site visit to confirm that whatever it is that they have submitted to the DTIC, it is actually happening on the ground. Okay, that is just the contact details. The first one there, let me just indicate, which is very crucial. I think it's going to be crucial in this current financial year. It's the Deputy Director for Individual Participation. So as I've indicated, if we are not going to an exhibition, if we're not participating in that exhibition, you go to individual participation and ask for applications and you indicate that you want to attend this particular exhibition. So that first contact details of Busisiwe Radebe is the lady that you can contact. And then from director, Mr. Moahi is the Director for Group Participation. We are facilitating the group participation, the list of pre-approved exhibitions.
I'm cooking food for my
I-
husband. I'm
All
making
right.
breakfast for my husband.
Please keep your mic off, Londiwe. Apologies.
All right. Thank you, Tandeka. All right, that is, I think, was the last slide of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ngobeni, for your very detailed presentation. I see it has already garnered a lot of interest in our chat box. I think there's going to be a lot of questions for you once we get to the question and answer segment of the day. I also have a few questions of my own as well, which I'm hoping you're going to assist us with. But this is actually a great initiative, and I'm glad that there are platforms such as EMIA, which actually provides such assistance to our farmers. So not just farmers, but everyone in the value chain for wine specifically. But we'll get to that from our question and our answers. But thank you very much. Now, moving on to our next presentation, please kindly share the agenda once again. Our next presenter is Mrs. Leah Sharayan. I think I should make it a note, in actual fact, just as a disclaimer quickly before we continue, to apologize to everyone if I pronounce your name or surname incorrectly. Please do forgive me. It is not intentional. It is not due to disrespect. It is solely because the English is basically my second language more than anything else. But Ms. Leah Sharayan will be speaking on small business development relating to export readiness. So Ms. Leah is the program implementing specialist for export development at CEDA. She project manages the delivery of CEDA's export development program on a national arena. She also is tasked to implement the She Trades program, which is a flagship program of the International Trade Center in South Africa. Ms. Sharayan has 18 years of sound experience in small business development environments, specifically in the training and capacity building area. She is passionate in capacitating SMMEs to acquire knowledge and expertise in order to promote the national and international markets. Furthermore, Leah is an avid supporter of women's entrepreneurship, whereby a vibrant entrepreneurial ecosystem is created for women entrepreneurs to be empowered, capacitated, and be a part in creating a robust economy which will reduce inequity in South Africa. Leah completed her undergrad in public relations, an honors degree in integrated organizational communication, and has completed her MPhil in business management with a specialization in international businesses. When I first was going through a lot of our speakers' bios in preparation for today, I could see that in actual fact, there's going to be a lot of specialists today. I thought I was going to do a quick summary of your bios, just saying what you're going to be talking about, but I thought it was going to do a disservice to actually the vast work and immense work that every one of our speakers and some of the people who are joining us today are doing on the ground. So Mrs. Leah, please take it away with today's presentation. Thank you very much. Are we still
I'm checking.
alive?
She's not picking up her phone, maybe you can do the questions and answers for Nkateko for now, while I'm still looking for her.
Absolutely. Miss Nkateko, can you please join us again? And I'm opening up for question and answers. Okay, we already have a hand for question and answers. I'm going to time it. So I'm going to give it at around 10 minutes or so, 8 minutes. So at 10 to, we're going to stop with the question and answers, and then we're going to move on to the next presentation, if that's okay with everyone. Miss Mavis, I saw your hand first. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. From my side, I just wanted to know, where do one get hold of this kind of industry in the Northern Cape? The DTI, and who exactly do we have to contact? Thank you.
Ms. Ngobeni?
All right. Northern Cape, we usually work with CEDA. I was hoping that the next speaker will come in and give more detailed information with regards to us working with them. But CEDA office, other than that, you are welcome to contact us directly. This is a national program. It's not for Gauteng only. So you are welcome to contact us directly when you need information. I think that answers your question. Other than that, we only have regional offices in Cape Town and Durban. We do not have regional offices. Cape Town, Durban, and Port Elizabeth as well. We don't have any other regional offices. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I hope that answers your question. Please note that the contact of all the presenters who will be presenting today will be shared with everyone. That is set as well on the chat box. I don't see any other hands. So in the meantime, I'm going to ask, I think, one question or two. Basically, I see with the sectors that are targeted, we have agro-processing and we have, I'm guessing, pre-qualified tourism, which is what would basically be part of wines. But I noted from your presentation as well that you said this is not a very comprehensive list of sectors that are targeted. So I just wanted to know where wines would fall in. Is it the agro-processing part of things? And with pre-qualified tourism, what entails pre-qualified tourism as well? And then my second question is, I know that when it comes to sort of funding forums, there is quite a very comprehensive application forms. Are there people, I think this will then lead to the previous question from Ms. Mavis, of other people who will assist with the application forms, and if there's something missing or if there's misunderstanding, because I don't think calling you every time I can't answer a question on the application form. I'm making an example for Land Bank Blended Fund Scheme. It's a very, very difficult application process. There is quite a lot of requirements. The forms can be quite confusing to the applicants. So I wanted to know, with EMIA, are there people who are set to assist the guys with applying for such things, and also getting all the documents in order prior to actually sending them to you guys? Thank you very much.
Thanks, Tandeka. With regards to wines, it falls under agro-processing. I don't remember us having, most of the shows that we attend, yeah, there might be wine specific, but it will be listed as agro-processing or any food show that is, it's an exhibition for food. It qualifies under that sector. So it can be multi-sectoral or it can be agro-processing. And then with regards to application form, our application form is quite easy because it requires details of the company. it's nothing that the company needs to go out there and get assistance or get a consultant. However, there are some people who are doing applications through SEDA, as I've indicated, that SEDA is one of the stakeholders that we work with closely. So they are able to assist if ever a company is struggling to complete application forms. And other than that, as I've indicated, the list of exhibitions has information on people that you can contact. They are readily available to assist as well with regards to the application form.
Thank you very much for that. I see that we don't, oh, wait, there. Phil, go for it.
Yeah, so under our new leader, Karen Kleinboy at SA Wine at the Transformation Division, we're going to be looking more at helping to assist the pipeline. In other words, those enterprises who wish to apply for funding, but who find themselves short of information, or they're probably struggling maybe to get industry data, or so it's not to say it's necessarily an open, unending door, but we gearing ourselves towards supporting brands that wish to raise funds here and in various other forums. We've been doing it in the past quite actively, but it's certainly going to be something we're going to focus on a lot more. We won't have all the answers, but there might be some stuff that we have the vantage point to assist with.
Thank you very much. I think we'll end it at that with our question and answer session for our first presenter. I have been informed that our second presenter is ready to go. Mrs. Leah Shirayan, please take it away. Unfortunately, we have already introduced you, and I think as a timekeeper, I'm not doing great of a job. So please go for it.
Thank you very much, Thandeka. I think I'm in Hazeview at the moment, so the weather has been giving me absolute chaos. I've been going back and forth trying to connect since 9:15 this morning. Thank you for your time and your patience. And without further ado, let me get into the presentation. First of all, my name is Leah Cherian. I'm responsible for export development and the She Trades program at SEDA. And can everybody see my presentation? Hello?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. So just to give you a bit of background regarding SEDA, we were formed in 2004, and it was a merge of 3 organizations in SECA, the Manufacturing Advisory Center and the CPPP. And later on, we had the SEDA Technology Program. And furthermore, we are in the process of merging again with our sister organization, the Small Enterprise Finance Agency, and also the Cooperative Bank. So we will be having one complete package under one umbrella where it will be non-financial and financial assistance. So for those of you who are not aware about SEDA's footprint across South Africa, we've got 9 provincial offices across the country, and we've got a branch almost in every single municipality across South Africa. And with SEDA, we normally like following through with the journey, and that is where the business talk, start, build, and grow come in. And each of these points of the journey, we have specific interventions and assistance for our clients in order for them to better their business and in order for them to be ensuring that they are market ready. Along with our SEDA branches, we also have incubators across South Africa and TVET incubators. So these are just some of the products and services that SEDA offers. We've got the access to market, that is the local exhibition and the international exhibitions. Then we've got our supply development program, our EST program, and then we've also got the marketing support, the interventions that are done at the SEDA branches. Then the access to finance, we do not provide finance specifically for the business, but there was a question earlier on regarding the assistance regarding the registration. We provide you with the business plan preparation. We provide you with the application for funding for SEFA. We assist you with the feasibility study. We have a business pitching that our CEDA technology program hosts, and also we've got funding referrals. And then we've also got business management training. We've got at the branches, based on your interventions, based on your gaps that the business advisor finds. We have the startup trainings, we've got the HR and finance, we have the quality trainings, and then the more advanced export trainings and your product improvement trainings. Then we've got the business development interventions and the incubation. And specific programs that CEDA offers are the export development program, which I am involved in. Then we've got the manufacturing support program, which CIFA, our sister agency, hosts, but we provide the funding for the equipment. And then the ESD, which is your supply development. Then you've got the more hands-on coaching program and mentorship program and business management training. So all of this comes in while we are going through the journey. So when we talk about a journey, we talk about you coming in at the reception and you providing your details, you are interfacing with your information officer, and then from there you are referred to the business advisor who does the assessments on your business to see what gaps you have, what sort of business trainings, what sort of business development interventions you need, and then the plan is drawn up, and that is where the journey starts. So furthermore to that, regarding the She Trades program, we have a program that is specifically for women entrepreneurs, where we look at how women are able to be economic growth. They are also part of the economic growth the primary drivers. And we see that women are not playing an active role when it comes to economic growth. And we want to assure that this program is going to be part of the economic growth that South Africa urgently needs. So the Department of Small Business Development, the International Trade Center, they are the host institution for the She Trades program. And then we've got CEDA, who are the host institution for the She Trades program in South Africa. And we have come together and we have built a partnership where we've got the She Trades program in South Africa. And the reason why we need this program in South Africa is because, especially after COVID, many of the businesses, women-owned businesses, had to be shut down, especially because many women owners had to be the caregivers while their spouses or their partners had to go out for the breadwinning. And now that COVID is out of the way, many of the businesses are reopening again. But when we look at how South Africa is placed among all the other African countries, we are far behind when we look at our other countries like Uganda and Botswana and Ghana. And when we look at the infrastructure that South Africa holds compared to these other countries, we are supposed to be far ahead, and yet women entrepreneurs are not doing enough. And that is where the She Trades program comes in to develop these women. And based on the challenges that the women face, number one is access to capital. They're not provided with capital because they do not have any collaterals in their name. Women are seen as non-risk takers. They lack the confidence when they're doing their business projections, and they actually concentrate on certain industries like your service industry and the more low-risk industries. So because of that, access to capital is very difficult for women. And we want to change that around, where we provide you with mentorship within your business so that you're able to get the capital. Along with that, we have the investors who are not coming in because of the same. How do you get investors coming in when you can't even get capital for your business? Then there is mentorship. Yes, CEDA provides you with the mentorship, the support, the training. However, here we've got specific mentorship for women, because the problems that women face are a lot more socio-economic when it comes, because they have to look at their business and their families. So we have catered for programs that specifically address what the problems that women are facing. Then we've got the technical and business skills. One of the major reasons why women entrepreneurs are not succeeding is because they've got products, they've got fantastic ideas, but they do not have business skills. Meaning many women are not are still functioning out of their personal account when it comes to opening a business, their business. They have not opened a business account. They are mixing their personal and business account together. They do not have the technical skills like how to manage their funding, the finances, their funding, how to apply for funding, how to run their daily cost of their businesses, how to price their products. Those are basic technical skills our women are lacking in, and that is why our women are failing. And here we've got online programs specifically attending you to the costing and pricing, the marketing interventions, all of the problems that our women are facing. Along with that, we've got lack of access to market. We've got women with fantastic products, but they don't know where to sell their products. And that is where we've got access to market opportunities tailored specifically for women. When we make a call out at CEDA, we have call out specifically for women. For example, now we're taking women to Mauritius, and we're taking 30 women from various industries to Mauritius so that they are able to do business-to-business engagement. Then the SheTrades program is built on 7 pillars. So usually when a host institution like CEDA run the program in a country, they normally choose 1 or 2 of the pillars that bases on the struggles that the women are facing in that country. So for example, Kenya, for example, has chosen number 6 because they want to ensure that their women are financially secure. South Africa has chosen market access. We want to ensure that all our women, once their products are ready for export, we want to provide them with market access, whether it's through through the local market access or whether it's through the international market access. Then what are the objectives of the program? We want to ensure that as many women are registered on the shetrades.com website, and I will be sharing the registration page on the chat box here in the webinar. And then we want to provide you with export-related activities, support, and also business development services. And lastly, we want to provide you with access to global value chains. Then the criteria for this program is we want you to be the main person, the woman leading the business. And we want you to have at least 50% South African owned business. And we want you to know what is happening in the business, because if we make any changes, if we are trying to implement anything, you should be able to know exactly what is going on within your business. And this program is open to all products, all services, and we look at your disabled and the disadvantaged groups also. So when we talked about the client journey earlier on, we have it in 3 levels. So level 3 is when, like I said, you as a client, you're going to a CEDA branch and information is shared with you. You register as a client and basic advice is given. And then the start is where you are referred to the business advisor, and the business advisor conducts assessments on you. And then based on that assessment, you see what sort of trainings you need, what sort of business development service. Maybe it is a business plan that you need. Maybe it's marketing interventions like your billboards or your business cards or your website creation, all of that. All of that happens in level 3. Once you are ready for level 2, we do the export readiness assessment. So in an export readiness assessment, everything less than 50% falls under level 3. If you score between 51 and say 60%, that is where the level 2 happens. So level 2 is now where we start doing the sector-specific training. We see that you need technical training regarding your quality management certification. We plug you into the manufacturing support program. We plug you into the supplier development program. This is where now we focus specifically on the sector that you are focused on. If you score from 70% and above, that is level 1. That is where we do the fine tuning. And this is where the mentorship and coaching happens. And this is where now we start providing you with access to market internationally. So local markets from 60% to 70%, that is where level 2, we say we provide you with access to market opportunities locally. 70% and above, you need to have in order for you to have international market access. So when CETA makes a call out for applications, you need to have 70% and above in order for you to be able to attend international market. And we request that you need to have at least 500,000 rands annual turnover for you to attend an international market. And a lot of people say that is a lot, but it's not a lot of money, because if you look at a 500,000 rand annual turnover, we are saying that 10% of that ideally would be your net profit. So if you say 10% of 500,000 annually, that is about 45,000 rands per month. And if we say 45,000, 10% of it, that is 4,500 rands that you are getting as a net profit for running your business. And if you have 4,500 rands, are you able to get a visa to go to, for example, Germany? Are you able to pay for your own costs that is incurring? Because we do provide the flights and accommodation, but there are other costs that come in, like your daily buying a lunch, buying a Coke there. Are you able to send samples over to Germany once you've come back and you've got leads? So if you look at it, 4,500 rands is nothing. But yet we are still saying, in order for you to be provided with access to international markets, please look at least a 500,000 rand annual turnover. So these are the different stages when it comes to export development. So the first part is the information sharing. That is like now we've got the webinars that happen. I conduct export awareness webinars on a monthly basis with different aspects of information on export development. Along with that, there's also the international trade webinar. I will be having one on the 19th of March, where we will be having information sharing session on how to look at the market in Ethiopia. So they will be providing access to market opportunities in Ethiopia, and that is where the information sharing component comes in. Then we've got the training, we've got export readiness and export orientation courses that provides the training specifically for export. Then the export development part is based on the assessment that is done at the branch and what sort of interventions that you need, like I said, your quality management, your SARS. Do you know that you cannot export your product without a tax clearance certificate? Are you export ready? Do you have all the certifications in order for your wine distribution, for your other products, in order for you to be export ready? And lastly, we've got the market access. You're taken, for example, now for Mauritius, you're taken for the event. You come back, you've got fantastic leads. Are you doing anything with it? That is where the post-event mentorship comes in, where there's a 6-month mentorship program that the clients that are taken for the event, they come back and they are part of the 6 months mentorship program, where a mentor works with you as a group and individually, comes out to do site visit and sees what sort of gaps you have and how you can work on the leads that you got in the country that you have attended the event at. So just sharing some of our success stories of our She Trades women. This is Lindy. She does sanitary pads, and she is now, she has won the Black Industrialist Award, and she's at the moment putting her product out in a manufacturing phase, where she wants to set up a plant, and she wants to look at what sort of opportunities there are for her products, and that is one of our successes of the She Trades program. Then we've got Sitsong Tea here. They went through the supply development program, and her product is now out in food lovers market nationally and also now in Botswana. And then we've got Happy Earth People. We took her to Mauritius in 2022, and she has just now exported 570 cases of her health pasta, legume pasta, and her biscuits to Mauritius. And then we've got Lindua Communications, one of our She Trades women, and she is providing digital communication services, and she's now at the moment doing online sessions to the Netherlands. And just to end off, I want to share this where I say that by empowering female entrepreneurs, we hold the key to changing the course of history. Now that's a dream worth pursuing for ourselves and for future generation. And I'm providing the shetrades.com website and also my email address for further engagement. This presentation will be shared with the organizations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Leah, for your very extensive presentation. It gives me great joy to know that women, specifically in agriculture, that being our child, is in good hands with institutions such as yourself. Because we had question and answers for the previous presentation, I'm going to kindly ask for another session of 5 minutes, or rather 4 minutes of question and answers before I let Marina to come in at 15:15. So Marina, just give us another 5 minutes or so for question and answers before your presentation starts. I think there's a lot of questions that are burning from the guys as I've seen in the chat box. So I'm going to allow them to quickly just until 10:16, if that is okay with everyone, and then questions from there can go into the chat box after that. So yes, I saw a hand from Sydney. Sydney, please take it away. Marina, for the time being, please kindly just switch off your video for now, and let's Miss Leah be. Sydney, you can go ahead with your question. Sydney, can you hear me? Okay, Sydney is not coming through. I don't know if I'm audible, but I can see Marina is nodding and Leah is also nodding, so I'm guessing people can see me. Okay, Bernard, I'm going to give you a chance to ask a question. I saw your hand, and then after Bernard, I'm going to take Rolf's question. And then I think I'll wrap it up because I can only see just 2 hands. So I'll take Bernard, then Rolf after Rolf. Sydney, if you're still available, please go for it. I'll take the 3 hands first. I see more hands are coming through. So can we go Bernard, then Rolf? I'm getting worried. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. Okay, Bernard is having a problem. Rolf, please go for it.
Chair, I'm not sure if I'm audible.
You're audible.
Okay, thanks. Chair, I just want to little bit go back. For sure, I might have missed that opportunity. I can see that this is more to export. Yeah? It's more to export. It doesn't say anything about where we are leading to export. Now, the reason why I want to ask this question, directing to Chair, to the Miss, through you to Miss Leah, is that I heard you mentioning about our infrastructure far much below compared to our neighbor countries.
No, I was saying that ours is far ahead of our neighbor countries. I said theirs is far less.
Okay, it's fine. I'm just for avoiding for dialogue, but I think I heard you saying mentioning some other countries. Now, the question that I would like to ask is, what informs you that this specific target, which are women, what it informs you that these women that you have specified as your target are there? Are you actually looking for the companies that are up running? Are you considering also the potential for the women that are willing to start and without any resources? That's question number 1. Question number 2, you made mention of the the businesses that actually you will look at, it depends that somebody apply for that. Your intervention in terms of mandate, CEDA, you would looking at the type of a business in which the particular applicant will also asking your intervention. Now, without the specific of such specified business area, is there any other which are not specified in which you can consider it happens that an applicant may submit a request your intervention? Number last, your intervention strategy in terms of empowering SMEs, specifically on training. You identify a specific industry as per a specified targeted group, or any person can apply for that particular intervention strategy. Chair, I would also drop one question to you. I've heard you giving us a summary background of the challenges within the export, specifically on the wine. It was so evasive, one will not able to pick out what are those challenges. May you please assist me in terms of understanding that? Chair,
Okay,
the last.
Rolf,
last,
Rolf, apologies. We have about 4 hands and we have a very limited time frame, especially because our next speaker is not in South Africa and they have a specific time frame that they have to join us at. So I'm going to cut your questions, if that is okay. Me and you can take it out of here, if that's fine. Some of the questions, Leah, can you kindly just answer in the chat box? I'm going to give you, I think, the other 2 questions, if you can make it sweet and short, Gitumetse and Dr. Nono, please kindly short, sweet, to the point, and then I'm going to give Leah a chance to try and summarize the answers for everyone. And then if your questions are really burning, please kindly just drop them in the chat box, and then Miss Leah will try and answer those. This is just to try and keep the time frame. Okay, Gitumetse, I'm going to let you go next. Miss Leah, please just allow us to get all the questions, and then you can summarize the answers if that's okay with you. Go for it.
Good morning. I don't know if I'm audible.
Yes, you're audible.
Okay. I just wanted to find out. I'm not entirely sure what the speaker was talking about. If you are 70%, then you go from stage 3 and then 2 and then 1. Or also in an earlier slide, I think it was slide 3. Where she was talking also about the 70%. So I was wondering now if it's in line with training or mentorship. Does it mean that the candidates write tests or something like that? And then if they don't get 70%, then what is the way forward for that? And then also I just wanted to ask, when she said women are not regarded as financially forward people. She said there's a lack of confidence in their business projections. I don't think I understand what a lack of confidence in business projections entirely means. So I would just like to get that clarified.
All right, thank you very much, Gitumetse. Dr. Nana, do you still have your question? I can take one more. Okay. They seem to have dropped off. Ms. Leah, you can go for it and try and answer the questions. Thank you.
Okay, with regards to the 70% that I was talking about, that is the export readiness assessment that is done at the CEDA branch. Okay, and like I said, there's a journey that is that you're taken in. So you only do the international market access when you reach the 70%. If you don't meet the 70%, you are still going to have the branch interventions to make sure that you get to the 70%. It's not an exam or anything like that. It is an assessment that the business advisor at the CEDA branch conducts. These are questions that you ask, that they ask you, and they verify to make sure that you have answered the questions. And based on that, that is where the 70% comes in. So if you don't get 70%, it doesn't mean that you are failed or anything. It's just that you're not export ready yet. So that means the business advisor needs to work with you to ensure that you're meeting the at least 70% criteria. Okay, with regards to the confidence with the projections, when we do a business plan, studies have shown that women have a tendency to play it safe and, you know, have a small projection. So that is what I meant by when they say that women lack the confidence when it comes to the financial projections. So when a bank consultant looks at it for financial purposes, they're not seeing as a big projection. They're not seeing something as a risk taking like what men normally do. These are based on studies that have come out. This is not something that I'm tongue sucking here. It's based on actual research facts that have come out, and that is what I meant by why women. One of the reasons why women are not getting capital. And I see that one of the clients have talked about they're having considerable frustration referring them to alternative organizations. If you're having a problem, send me an email so that I can refer you to the branch manager. I will share my email address in the chat box so that I can refer you to the branch manager, and they would be able to assist further. And we can take it up on a higher level. Okay. Regarding the question that the first gentleman was asking, he was asking about how do I know the infrastructure. I was referring to saying that when we compare the infrastructure that South Africa has compared to Ghana, Botswana, and Uganda, South Africa has a far higher infrastructure, and yet our women are not business ready. And that also is from studies that have been done, and that is showing that. Please realize that this information that I'm sharing is not just me making it up. I have researched it. I've read journal articles. I have done the due diligence, and that is the information that is being shared here. I hope I have clarified the questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Leah. Gitumete, please switch off your video. Because of time constraints, I also had a few questions to ask to you, but we'll leave that to offline. I think we'll just swiftly move on to our next speaker. Fortunately enough, we are not too far behind on time. Dr. Nano, I have noted your hand. Please kindly share your question on the chat box, and Ms. Leah will try to attend to that. Our next speaker is Ms. Marina Callow. Apologies if I've said your name incorrectly. She is the communications manager at Wines of South Africa, the official international marketing body for the South African wine industry. She joined WOSA in October 2016, following a tenure of 7 years as a managing editor of consumer-focused digital magazine, Wine Extra. She was also heavily involved with the PR and marketing of the wine show, one of South Africa's largest consumer wine expos. Marina has completed a range of wine-related courses, including a certificate in small-scale winemaking at the University of Stellenbosch, and has also tasted on a range of international and local wine judging panels, such as Concours Mondial. Apologies, I'm not French. She has also completed a course in marketing from the University of Cape Town. She is the current chair of the Marketing, Brand and Communications Working Group for Great Wine Capitals and a member of the Sales, Marketing and Tourism Working Group of the newly launched South African Wine Industry Professional Body. Welcome, Ms. Marina. She will be speaking on setting the scene for South African wine exports. That is Wine of South Africa. Please take it away.
Thank you so much for the introduction, and thank you everyone for having me here and sharing a little bit of insights on what we do at Wines of South Africa, or otherwise known as WOSA. I do have a presentation slide deck. I'm not sure who will be sharing that and clicking through on my behalf.
Please share presentation. They will share it on your behalf.
Thanks.
In the meantime, let me just quickly apologize for letting you in late. And another thing, just to note to everyone once Marina has done her presentation, I will allow for question and answers due to the fact that she might need to quickly leave the seminar or the workshop rather. And so to allow everyone the chance to ask her burning questions, I will allow that after her presentations. So yeah, I think your presentation is visible now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yes, I am joining today from the German city of Düsseldorf. I've just spent the last 3 days at probably what is one of the world's largest wine trade expos called ProWein. It is a very important show for us as South African wine producers to position and present our wines at this massive show where buyers and agents and importers from all around the world come to taste and sample and hopefully place big orders for our wines. So Wines of South Africa, for the lack of a better word, we are the Export Marketing Council for South African wines. We therefore represent the entire South African wine industry, and our focus is to promote South African wines on a generic basis in key focus international markets. So we don't represent individual wineries per se. It's more a case of positioning them to the world as brand South Africa, highlighting what we stand for, our qualities, and all of those kinds of things. I've lost the presentation on my screen, but on the next slide, it'll clearly show where our current focus markets are. Our funding is very limited. Our funding comes from statutory levies that are raised on exports. So for every litre of wine that gets exported out of South Africa, we get a percentage or a few cents taken out by a government entity and then paid back to us in the form of levies. This means we have to be very strategic in our approach, and we can't just go on a spendthrift expedition, shall I say. So at the moment, our main focus markets are North America, specifically Canada and the USA. Our main export market is the UK. Then Germany, Netherlands, Sweden within the European Union. In Asia at the moment, our focus markets are China and Hong Kong, including Hong Kong and Japan. And then the African continent, which is becoming increasingly important for us, within which we only focus on a number of countries, a handful of countries there. I'd like to just quickly go through the start, because you can't get to where you are without a beginning. And really our industry kicked off when the Dutch East India Company established a refreshment station to provide ships on the spice route, a refilling station and a place where they could get fresh foods. It was in 1655 that the first vines were planted in what is today known as companies' gardens. And these vines came from Europe mainly, Italy, Germany, France. And it was, in fact, next slide, please, on the 2nd of February and the next slide as well. 2nd of February in 1659, when a famous inscription was made by Jan van Riebeeck in his diary that said, "Today, praise be to God, wine was made for the first time from Cape grapes." And that was the beginning of the industry. The industry grew over the years, developed over the years. By 1688, the French Huguenots who fled persecution in Europe settled themselves in what is today known as Franschhoek. And next slide, please. By the mid-1700s, our wines were quite famous in the courts of Europe. Napoleon, who you see on the slide there, was famously buried with his favorite Constantia sweet wine. And over the years, our industry grew and we got better and better. Today, we rank as number 9 in the overall volume production of wine. And with that, we only produce 4% of the total wine volume in the world. So we are still quite small players in the bigger picture. Next slide, please. Today we have 5 regions, 30 districts, and 97 demarcated wards, thanks to the Wine of Origin scheme. So when a certain origin or a region is highlighted on the label of a wine bottle, there are specific rules that come into play as to what you can and can't say on that label when it comes to highlighting the actual origin of the wine. Next slide, thank you. Okay, I want to touch on a couple of varieties that we tend to hang our hook on from a marketing perspective and that are growing in popularity in our key international markets. So we have the most Chenin Blanc plantings in the world. In 2022, we had about 16,500 hectares of Chenin Blanc. Now, in years gone by, most of that Chenin Blanc was actually planted to produce brandy, so for distillation wine. But over these past 20 odd years, producers have learned that actually Chenin Blanc is a very versatile variety, and you can really make lots of amazing wines in different styles, from something that's sweet, fresh and light and zesty, to something that's really rich and voluptuous, and also Cap Classique. You can make a sweet wine from it. So it's a very versatile grape. And it is the grape that we, the white grape that we at Wines of South Africa use to focus on when we position ourselves in the international markets, in a similar way to what New Zealand would use Sauvignon Blanc for their positioning, Argentina would use Malbec, and Napa would use Cabernet Sauvignon, for example. So that is the white grape that we do well. In terms of red, Pinotage is the grape variety that we like to hang our hook on. It was in fact developed in South Africa at the University of Stellenbosch in 1925 by Professor Abram Perold, when he married 2 grape varieties, one being Pinot Noir and the other one being Hermitage, which, well, what they thought was Hermitage at the time, bringing the name Pinotage together. Today, we know that the Hermitage back in the day was in fact what we know today to be Cinsault. And this grape was planted over a period of time. The first commercially available Pinotage came onto the market in 1961. And today we see Pinotage pretty much everywhere. What I find exciting about Pinotage is that now wineries from around the world, whether in Oregon, in Australia, in Turkey, in the UK, they're planting Pinotage. So it shows that this grape variety is gaining popularity around the world. And our producers have really reached a stage now where they know exactly how to work with the grape, looking at the parentage of it and taking that knowledge into the winemaking process to make Pinotages that are absolutely elegant and really represent the terroir of South Africa. Here I'd like to just touch on where we're at in terms of export volumes. You'll see we started off a very low base in the early 90s and before that. And of course, after sanctions were lifted with the start of democracy, the picture started to change. A couple of points I want to highlight. You'll see 2013, our exports spiked by to 525 million. This is a direct relation to a very severe drought that was experienced in Europe over that period of time. So there was a shortage of wine then, and buyers turned their gaze to South Africa. After that, it pretty much stabilized between 420 to 450 million liters of exports annually. Then there was a drop towards 2019. This is directly related to a drought then that we experienced here in South Africa from 2015 to 2018. Many of you will remember the whole Day Zero campaign that caused a lot of havoc around the Western Cape in particular. But yes, that's the reasoning for that. And I don't need to say too much about what happened in 2020. From 2021, we saw some recovery, and our export figures for 2023 were a slightly disappointing 306 million litres. Again, this is related to lower yielding harvests in previous years. And it's important to note here that the South African producers will inevitably look after the local market first before turning to the export market. The local market not only is slightly more lucrative for them in terms of sales, but also a lot easier. We also experienced a lot of challenges. And as I came into this call, I heard a question regarding the challenges with exports. One of the challenges that we have experienced since roughly COVID times is that of challenges experienced at our local ports. Of course, Cape Town Port being the main port for exports of wine. And it has been widely reported in the media and the news that there are massive challenges in terms of their aged infrastructure, as well as staffing issues, which really makes it very difficult for anyone, whether it's fruit exporters, the deciduous fruit guys, the berry exporters. There are a number of headaches around issues at the ports. However, we as industry are consistently engaging with port authorities, with Transnet, to find ways of mitigating this, to look into ways of replacing old and broken infrastructure in order to get our port running optimally, which not only will impact on our exports, but also imports. So that's just very roughly where we're at. Here, the export report for 2023. We showcase here total exports, packaged exports, and bulk exports. Just quickly for those who do not know, the difference between packaged and bulk. Packaged is when wine goes out in a bottle or a box up to 3 liters. Bulk exports is where bigger packaging goes out, but in particular here, what we are referring to is wine that basically gets pumped into a really massive papsak, like this big bag inside of a container. It gets filled in there, shipped, and it gets bottled at the port of destination or the country of destination where it gets shipped to. In the past, our bulk versus packaged ratio was about 60% bulk to 40% packaged. In an ideal world, we'd like to see that ratio turned on its head because packaged exports obviously comes with more job opportunities in the form of bottling lines and packaging, all kinds of things like that. So in an ideal world, that's where we're at. However, bulk is incredibly important for us, and there are producers who are geared towards specifically farming grapes for bulk wine. In terms of markets by value, here you can see really where we're sitting in terms of the United Kingdom, by far being our biggest export market in terms of value. And then that followed by Germany, the Netherlands, USA growing in value on the whole for us, as well as volume. Not the best year, as I mentioned, but the good thing that we see in terms of value growth is that value growth exceeds the decline in volume, which means that people are paying more in terms of rand per litre or dollar per litre for our wine. So there is premiumization and there is growth, and this is a positive thing for us. Next slide, please. Here we're talking, just showcasing the markets by volume. Still that similar picture with the UK, followed by Germany. Belgium sees a lot of bulk wine exports there, France as well. So this just gives an overall picture of the main and the biggest markets by volume for us. Thank you. Next slide. Thank you. The Wine Industry Ethical Trade Association is an incredibly important part of what we do. Their main role is to ensure that the farm workers and people in the cellar are looked after. It is a voluntary auditing platform that today we see about 77% of our vineyards VITA certified. It's incredibly important for us, especially when it comes to exports. Your importers or your agents will ask for VITA certification. They want to know that the wines have been ethically sourced, ethically farmed, and that the people who are working and living on the farms are being looked after. So the Wine Industry Ethical Trade Association is incredibly important and well worth looking into. I'm not going to divulge too much in terms of Black-owned brands because my next speaker is going to talk to that. But transformation within the industry has long been a big priority. It is something that we as industry bodies are all working towards to ensure that Black-owned brands are represented. Just to give you an example, now at Provine, where we had roughly 77 stands on the Wines of South Africa Pavilion, 12 of them were Black-owned brands. And this is a really important thing to get these Black-owned brands out there and showcased with the international trade. So yes, I'll let my colleague Karen from South Africa Wine talk more to that. Then ethical and sustainable wine production in terms of the environment is just as important. The IPW, otherwise known as the Integrated Production of Wine, is basically the organization that looks at ensuring that we farm our grapes and make our wine as environmentally friendly as possible. It is not an organic certification. It speaks to using the most environmentally friendly practices in our vineyards and our cellars. It is also based on an auditing platform, and this little sign here at the bottom that says integrity and sustainability certified is your sign as a consumer that the wine has undergone IPW certification. In addition to this, the bit where it says Wine and Spirit Board and www.swsa.co.za, and then there follows a number. Now that number, if you go to the website, SWSA, that number you can type in and you can find all of the information pertaining to that wine. So each wine will have a unique number and you can get information of what's in the bottle, who the producer is, all kinds of technical specification, which really assures the consumer that what they're drinking has been certified, comes from a legitimate winery, and that all the necessary checks and balances have been done. In addition to this, the WWF Conservation Champions, I think everyone's familiar with the WWF with their panda logo. They have the Conservation Champions scheme. And today, 60 of our farms are confirmed conservation champions. You will see the little sugar bird and Protea logo. That's at the bottom there on the wines that come from conservation champion farms. Again, it's just another step to showcasing that these producers really care about not only what happens on their farms, but also around them in terms of the biodiversity on the land, the farming practices, the water stewardship programs, all of those things are incredibly important. And these are questions that continuously pop up from international buyers and agents and importers. They want to know that you are doing the right thing on your farm and by your people. Next one, please. Fairtrade is another very important organization within our industry. About 77% of all Fairtrade wine that is produced comes from South Africa. So it really shows that South Africa is the leader when it comes to Fairtrade wine. Their key markets really are still at the moment in the UK, Sweden, and Germany, but they are starting to branch out slowly but surely into Canada and the United States. And over the years, 6 million euros, in excess of 6 million euros of fair trade premium has been generated and been plowed back into a number of projects around the winelands to ensure that not only the workers on the farms are taken care of, but also communities around these farms. About 8% of our vineyards is fair trade certified, and 7% of our total grape production is fair trade certified. Next slide, please. Okay, tourism is incredibly important for us when it comes to exports. It is inevitable that anyone visiting the South African winelands from anywhere in the world returns as an ambassador. Please click through on the buttons, it'll pop up. Thank you. Great. So wine tourism represents 17.3% of the total turnovers of wine cellars. People come to these cellars and they do wine tastings, they eat if there's a restaurant or a deli. Quite often there's other activities, whether it's mountain biking or horse riding or segways or looking at art, whatever it is. And that really creates quite a big turnover for the farms, especially the SMMEs. The wine tourism industry contributes roughly 9.3 billion rand to our GDP and creates jobs within our industry, which is incredibly important. The wine industry on the whole creates roughly 270,000 jobs throughout the value chain, and wine tourism obviously forming an important part of this. So yes, 40,000 jobs further created directly, indirectly, and induced. All right, so in terms of the percentage of turnover, just to pick up on my previous slide there, 17% of total turnovers for wine cellars. And here, this picture just shows really how the mega sellers aren't quite as reliant on wine tourism for their sales. But as we get to the smaller and micro sellers, this is where it becomes important. These guys can't necessarily get their wines onto the shelves of a massive retailer like ShopRite, Checkers, like Pick n Pay, or into Tops, because their volumes might not be so big. And especially for a smaller winery or an emerging winery that's still making a name, that's still getting their brand out there, that wine tourism really plays an incredibly important part, getting people to their farm or their brand home if they don't have a farm, to taste the wine, to purchase the wine, walk away with their wine, and inevitably then share the wine, hopefully with friends, family, or colleagues. That creates for return business. So these things are very, very important for the smaller wineries. Next slide, please. So just an overview of the wine industry on the whole. These figures were from last year. So we crushed about 1.18 million tons of grapes and produced 917 million liters. I did highlight here that there was a slightly lower yield in our harvest last year, and therefore the decline. Total wine sales in 2022, unfortunately, our 2023 figures are not quite yet ready to be released, but sales went up to 31.7 billion rand. Exports about 46%, and generally it's roughly 50-50 exports versus local market. And I love this stat. 18 million glasses of South African wine are enjoyed worldwide every day. So I do hope that when you drink your glass of wine in the evening or over the weekend, that you kind of say cheers to that, because that's a really fun figure. Local yes, local volume increased by a little bit, along with a value increase. Thank you. Next slide. Okay, just a very quick picture in terms of producers and the composition here. You'll see here that producers have declined, sellers have declined, and this has been an ongoing picture. As you can see, the black line on that graph is the vineyards. About 15 years ago, we had 105 hectares of vineyards planted. This has steadily decreased, which is not the prettiest of pictures, unfortunately. Wine making and wine grape growing has really been very financially challenged over the years, and many of the growers have opted to uproot their vineyards in favor of planting citrus, but nuts, berries, all kinds of other things that they feel are more lucrative for them. However, it is heartening to see that the production has stayed somewhat level. This is because the producers who are replanting vineyard grapes are planting more cleverly. They're planting varieties that are drought resistant. We cannot get away from climate change. Varieties that are more suited to the various soils in whichever region their farms are, and ensuring that optimum irrigation practices are employed to make sure that the yields are very strong. So they are mitigating this lack in, or the loss in, vineyard plantings by ensuring that the right grapes are planted in the right soils and the terroir in which they operate. Then in terms of contribution, this study was done in 2019, where we ascertained that the wine industry itself contributes roughly 55 billion.
Is it my network?
We can hear you.
Okay, so I'm guessing
I think it's Marina's
Marina.
one. Yes.
Okay. Apologies on that. With the people who are presenting her slides, how many more slides does she have left to present? Okay, she's close to the end. Okay, there.
I'm back close to the end. Sorry about that. I'm not sure what happened. But there you go. So next slide, just in closing. Our wines are absolutely some of the best in the world. This is seen in the competitions that we enter and walk away with top accolades, trophies, masters of wine who come to South Africa and give top scores to our wines. We really, really do not have to stand back to anyone in any part of the world. We can be proud of the quality of the wine that we produce. The world certainly has its eyes on South African wine, as I just saw at ProVine. I can assure you the South African stand was consistently busy and packed with a vibe, with an energy. One of our producers even took a vuvuzela with, and you could, throughout the 3 days, hear a vuvuzela booming through the hall, which was a pretty cool experience. So for anyone of you who still need a bit of convincing to go into the South African wine industry, all I can say is it is tough. Don't think that you're going to enter an industry where it's a walk in the park. I don't think there are many industries these days where it is a walk in the park, but it is certainly a very rewarding industry, and an industry that it has a lot of opportunities for people who are willing to put in the hard work and really create something very unique and very special in an industry of amazing people. So thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm very happy to take some questions if there are any. And on the last slide, you can find my email address should any of you wish to reach out to me directly.
Thank you so much, Marina. I think as a note in the beginning of today's session, I said that I hope that we leave today with a more optimistic outlook, specifically in the wine industry. And I think that your presentation has absolutely shined that on. I have been one of the people who've been keeping tabs on Provines, specifically on social media. So I've been seeing the great work that's been happening there, and I'm happy to hear it from a person who's specifically been there to actually note the great work that is happening. Thank you so much for that. And I hope everyone who's present today has been able to see that actually it's not all doom and gloom in the wine industry, but actually there is light at the end of the tunnel. With that being said, I hope there is a question on the chat box, and if there's any more questions, please kindly share with us. There's a question from Dobego Bacela, who is asking if perhaps are you seeing any geographical shifts or feasibility testing thereabouts of vineyards to other regions of SA compared to historical zones? I'm seeing there's also a hand from Tabile. I hope that's okay. I'll take the two questions and then I'll allow you to answer, Marina. Tabile, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if I'm audible.
Audible.
All right, thank you. So a great presentation, Marina. I think that was a good one. At least the good thing is that I've been was part of the presentation on this impact study that has been recently made by the consulting firm in terms of what has been the impact, at least looking into the economic side of things within the wine. I'm glad that you've touched some of them. So first, I will just make a comment. I'll just make a comment in terms of why there's been this, a recent drastic decline, particularly on the hectares that has been under production for the vineyards. I think the main issue, at least in recent years, has been that COVID period when the lockdowns and all that. There's a lot of at that time a lot of shift with the other, of wine producers diversifying their production with some horticultural products, and so forth, to make sure that they still have some sort of income, given that there was a lockdown that, that impacted that. I think this slide you've just shown, it represents that. I mean, even though there's been a bit of increase after that, but I think that was the main issue. And I also highlighted it to the colleagues that were presenting that study because they kind of overlooked that somehow, but it was a factor to that. But since then, I think we have seen quite a bit of uptick in the production again. At least as far as the volumes are concerned, not necessarily the hectares. Now, with regards to the exports, I just wanted to say you've mentioned something very critical in terms of the transformation within the industry. That I wanted just to ask from the part of the, at least it can be, I think, because we have seen a dominant, part in terms of us exporting mostly a bulk wine. Is there any portion that is coming from the recently, producers that are entering the market as part of a transformation? This doesn't have to be in a specific in numbers. Is there any sort of trend in that we are seeing? At least there's a much of that is getting to be exported, to the world market. That's my one question. Then the second one is that I was hoping that after they realized that the Australian supplier of China as a wine supplier, there has been plummeting numbers for the wine that Australia was selling to China, and I've seen even for 2022 it has almost went to a non-existence of the wine that Australia is selling to that market. Unfortunately for South Africa, I haven't seen or picked at least a rise, at least to the extent that I was hoping for. What has been the underlying factor to that? Have you noticed in terms of how has been the reception of the wine that South Africa is selling to China after there has been that drastic decline from Australia, which has been historically a dominant market, to that market of China? I will stop there for now. Hopefully my questions were clear, but I'm willing to sort of explain further if there's a need. Thank you
very much, Ms. Nkunjana. Colleagues, I'll ask all of the questions to kindly be short and sweet. I'm going to allow only 2 questions per person, and not more than that. If it's okay with you, Marina, can I kindly, okay, you have already 2 questions. Can I just take one more before you answer those 3, and then I'll take the next one? So the next question is going to come from Dr. Nono, and then you can quickly give us an answer for the the 3 questions. Then I have a question. Then I'll take the next set of questions, which will be Phil, Bernard in the chat box, and then Mavis. And that's the last of it. Okay, Dr. Nana, please go for it. Okay, can you hear us? We cannot hear Dr. Nano. All right, Marina, in the meantime, can you answer the 2 questions and then we'll take the next set?
Sure. In terms of the question by Ntobeko about seeing any geographical shifts, yes, we are starting to slowly see geographical shifts. This is mainly due to global warming, of course, and climate change. We are starting to see new regions where people are farming wine grapes, such as Elim, the Agulhas Triangle, the Cedarburg, the Ceres Plateau, looking for areas that are cooler, slightly higher above sea level, where new grapes can be grown. Where we are based in the Western Cape is pretty much at a similar latitude to where you will find the wine grape regions in the north as well. It's about 23 degrees latitude, and this is optimal weather conditions. We also need a winter rainfall for these grapes to rest. So a summer rainfall upcountry is not ideal. There are grapes being grown in the Natal Midlands, but it's very little. We're also seeing some grapes being grown, of course, in the Eastern Cape, as well as around the Pletton Bay region. And we can't forget the Northern Cape regions as well, where grapes are being grown. This is changing, and yes, there are opportunities, but we need to consider what the most important things are for growing grapes for wine production optimally. Then to answer the question regarding transformation brands producing bulk wine for exports, I do believe there are a couple of them who are producing wine specifically for bulk wine exports. Most of them aren't. Most of them are brand owners, and perhaps this is a question that Karen might be going into in a little bit more detail. But yes, there are transformation brands that are producing wine for bulk exports. In terms of your question regarding China exports, what we saw when the tariffs were imposed on Australian wines. So just for those who don't know, the Chinese government imposed excessive tariff increases of 212% tariffs on Australian wine exports. It was a little bit of a fight between the Chinese and the Australian governments. This happened a number of years ago. And we did reap some benefits from this. What we saw happen, especially initially, was that Australian brands that previously used to bottle in Australia, but they were well-known brands on the Chinese shelves, those wines were then sourced from South Africa, and they were bottled under the same branding as what they were before, but just wine of origin South Africa versus wine of origin Australia. So they kind of bypassed those tariffs, shall I say. The reality, unfortunately, with China is that with COVID, their ports had been closed for pretty much 3 years. They were one of the last countries to come out of COVID properly. They'd sat on stocks that were sitting in warehouses over this period of time, and they have actually reported a massive downturn in their imports on the whole. So everyone really showed a decline in exports to China, the French, the Americans, the Italians. So that market really kind of took a very big nosedive on the whole. So while there were opportunities for South African producers, and we at Wines of South Africa still see China as a focus market and an important market, and a market with potential opportunity, it is a market that has slowed down significantly. So we will continue to seek opportunities within the Chinese market, and it remains to be seen as to what will happen there going forward.
Thank you so much, Karina. I think that also answers a question which was asked earlier by Rolf about the export markets as well. I will take a hand from Phil. I don't know if you still have a hand. And Dr. Nono, I don't know if you've fallen off or don't have a question anymore thereafter. So it's going to be Dr. Nono, Phil, and then Bernard's question, which is in the chat box. So Dr. Nono, we are going to try again. Okay, Innocent, please switch off your microphone as well as your video. Innocent Mhlanga, please switch off your microphone and your video. Okay, we're not getting Dr. Nono. Phil, please go for it if you are able.
Mostly covered, thanks. Just the one point on some of the work that we do to try and assist people doing due diligence in other parts of the country with the cost squeeze that all intensive subsectors are experiencing because input costs increase significantly. If you have summer rain on grapes, they become very expensive to produce. So just to strengthen what Morena was saying, so we've had inquiries from Limpopo before, other parts of KZN, Eastern Cape, etc. It becomes quite expensive. But having said that, nothing stopping new enterprises in those regions from exploring wine tourism. So there's been inquiries before on wine tourism near the Kruger Park, for instance. They might have aesthetic vineyards like a garden that doesn't purport to be a vineyard itself, but a theme, maybe a home away from the Cape or something. So one can't shut out the opportunities that there might be for wine tourism in other parts of the country where wine might be grown elsewhere, branded, and then sold to folks in those areas. What's interesting is the safari offering to tourists is intertwined often with the wine. So someone who's going on safari comes to the winelands as a tag on because they're keen on the other tourism. So in the future, and I think it's key for these kinds of discussions, in the future, exploring how one bridges, the safari tourism that you have in the north with the wine tourism in the south, there might be interesting unexplored opportunities there.
Thank you very much, Phil, for that comment. I take it was a comment because it was just addition to what Marina has shared with us. And then I'll go to Bernard and Nonala's question in the chat box, which is, to what extent does illicit trade impact the wine industry and the theft of grapes, if she may add to the question, and have we slowed down in importing to Russia? Those are the questions I have. And I will take also a last question from Mavis as well. Please, Mavis, ask your question before we ask Marina to answer.
Thank you very much. From my side, I just wanted to ask because I heard Marianne saying that it's very difficult and hardworking, needs hardworking to work in this kind of this industry. I just wanted to say how I want her to actually to assist and just to tell us how is she going to advise a new person who wants to enter into this industry as a farmer? How is he gonna be advised? Because most of the time we grow wines and we will take our grapes, not wines, or grapes, and we'll take our grapes to the wine cellar. So from there, anything is gonna be done. But if you want to venture into this kind of industry, where do you actually start? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions, Marina. Take a bite.
Thank you so much. I'm going to start with Mavis's point. Mavis, here I think my next speaker, Karen, will be better equipped to engage and explain really the various areas in which the transformation unit from South African Wine can assist emerging producers there are a number of levels. You refer to grape growing and selling it to the co-ops or to the sellers. That is one point. And then you can go all the way through the value chain, from then the making of wine, the branding thereof, and then of course the marketing and sales thereof, both in local and export market. So it's quite an extensive line that you can go through, and it depends on each and every person as to where they see themselves playing a role. Are you involved from start to finish, or do you want to fulfill a certain part of that chain? And this is really where their organization can assist and guide and help you to see where you'll be a fit for them. So yes, I'm not going to delve too deeply into that because that is not particularly my area of expertise. Then in terms of illicit trade impacting on the wine industry, not so much. There are a lot of checks and balances in place in the South African wine industry with certification and with it being something that it's not just a case of getting a bottle and filling it with something that could be a detergent. Wine is a very specific product. So at the moment, illicit trade isn't really a very big concern for our industry. Of course, there are always tiny pockets of concern when it comes to that. But yeah, I don't think it's a major concern for us right now. The theft of grapes, we really also don't have a major issue with. To be honest with you, it's the baboons on the mountains next to the vineyards who steal most of the grapes, and they eat it. They love the sweet grapes. But when it comes to grape theft, it is more the table grapes that are stolen. Wine grapes aren't generally as tasty, and I suppose it's not really something that one would want to steal and sell on. They're generally very much smaller grapes, and they've got those seeds in that are very bitter. So people tend not to steal so many of the wine grape varieties. And then in terms of, have we slowed down in terms of exporting to Russia? Yes, there has been a slowdown in terms of Russian exports, mainly due to some producers having a specific political stance and political view. There are still, however, those who continue to export to Russia, basically with the approach of business is business. And at the end of the day, everyone needs to put food on the table. So to the Russian importer at the other end, potentially, who is not necessarily a supporter of what is happening in that region, they just also need to do business in order to feed and clothe their families. It is really a personal view as to how you do business as a wine exporter and who you do business with. So yes.
Thank you very much, Marina. I think you've covered majority of questions, and I think you have shared that Karine is going to be able to answer mostly on the questions that are geared towards transformation and the work that's done in that sphere. I would like to thank you very much for gracing us with your presence today and sharing your presentation. If there's any more questions from people, please just drop them in the chat box, and if Marina is still available, she will be able to answer those. And I think just a note to add with regards to the illicit alcohol, that what I have heard is that consumers are drinking more wine but of lesser quality is what but that's basically because of what the economy has been doing, and therefore that could potentially deter the markets, but not so much. Phil, I'm giving you 1 minute before I let the next speaker speak.
Just on that thing, not necessarily a wine supplement, but an enormous illicit trade challenge for the wine industry for what we call ales, which is sugar-based alcoholic drinks. So we have a department here at SA Wine which advocates for stronger legislation around what we call ales. So just one, 5 minutes gone. That was what I wanted to add.
Thank you so much, Phil, for that clarity, even on my behalf. All right, swiftly moving on. I think we've eaten to part of our leg stretch, but that's okay. I think we are engaging pretty well. The energy is there. Engagement is great. So I'm happy. Even if we take part of your lunch time, I'm still good. So we'll go to our next speaker, which is Mr. Ricardo Smith. Mr. Ricardo Smith is an agricultural economist with skills and knowledge in the agricultural sector. He holds a degree of Masters of Science in Agricultural Economics from the University of Fort Hare. He works for the National Agricultural Marketing Council, responsible for agricultural industry trust in the Agricultural Regulatory Measures Division. He is involved in the work around industries utilizing trust and levy funds to fund transformation in the agricultural sector. He has written a number of articles focusing on international trade and food security. He was also a part of a team which formulated the Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan, and he's still part of that team, actively working with the AMP. Today, he will be presenting trust funds and transformation projects, transformation funded through statutory levies and trust funds. Please take it ahead, Mr. Ricardo.
Thank you, Program Director. Good morning, everyone. I am happy to be on this platform to talk about industry transformation through levy funds. I looked at the program and I realized that Marina and Karen are scheduled to present both before and after me. So I intend to be very brief in my presentation as our roles complement each other. I will start by giving a brief background about the NAMC. So the mandate of the NAMC is contained in a piece of legislation called the Marketing of Agricultural Products Act of 1996. Some of us would know that South Africa's agricultural sector was highly regulated pre-1990s. With the advent of democracy, the government adopted a deregulated and market-led approach in the mid-1990s. Then the promulgation of the new act, which is the Marketing of Agricultural Products Act of 1996, led to the establishment of the NAMC. This involved the repeal of regulatory measures in agricultural marketing, including legislations, control boards, and marketing schemes. So basically, the NAMC exists to oversee the deregulated marketing environment on behalf of the minister and the sector stakeholders. Specifically, Section 9 of the MAP Act mandates the NAMC to advise the minister on statutory measures. The MAP Act makes a provision for 4 statutory measures, which are levies, records and returns, registrations, as well as the control of exports of agricultural products. And these statutory measures complement each other. So statutory measures are basically mechanisms to fund very crucial functions of the industry, issues of research, for example, issues of consumer education, and also part of that is transformation. So the levies, which are basically regulatory measures within the industry, are meant to fund those industries to make sure that the industry in the long run is viable. There are a few conditions that we consider as we administer the application for levies. Firstly, any directly affected group can apply for levies. And in the process of application, there should be enough support from the industry itself. And then one of the guidelines is that at least 20% of the levy collected should go towards transformation. Transformation in this sense is basically the support of new entrants from the previously disadvantaged groups. And then 10% should go towards administration costs, not more than that. And then the rest is used for generic functions as decided by the industry itself. Another important thing to consider is that like any other resource, you have to make sure you account. So on annual basis, the books of our levy administrators have to be audited by the Auditor General, just to ensure that the funds are accounted for in an appropriate manner. Also within the NAMC, there's what is called the Transformation Review Committee, which is composed of members from the NAMC core divisions, as well as representatives from Agri-PEE charter compliance in the department. The NAMC is able to request for information from the industry body that is dealing with the levy. For example, to provide the business plan at the beginning of the year in terms of how they intend to utilize the levy. And at the end of the period, we also need information on how the levy was spent. Of course, it has to be in line with the business plan. The TRC also ensures that transformation activities are aligned with NAMC's generic transformation guidelines, which are also aligned to Agri-PEE sector codes. We also do the monitoring and evaluation, including site visits, to ensure that the reported activities actually align with what is happening on the ground. This table shows levy expenditures on transformation activities. As I have said before, the NAMC transformation guidelines stipulates that at least 20% should go towards transformation. So out of this 20%, 60% should go towards enterprise development, 18% should go towards skill development, and then 22% goes towards employment equity management controls, socioeconomic development, and ownership. So in this is a 2022 survey. So in 2022, levy administrators spent about 179.2 million rands on transformation projects, which was a 32 million rands increase year on year. And an interesting observation is that out of this total, approximately 27 million rands was allocated by the wine industry. Okay, these are some of the success stories, but I will not delve into this. I think Karen will also cover this one as part of her presentation. So in conclusion, levy administrators allocated approximately 179.2 million rands towards transformation in 2022. Despite this investment, the sector remains dualistic, and the black farmers' share in the total output remains very low. In the survey, which was done in 2019, the contribution of black farmers in viticulture was less than 2%, so it was very low. So this highlights the need for intensified efforts to mainstream the black role players and promote inclusivity within the sector. Also, the public-private partnerships in transformation initiatives is important, as it fosters impactful collaboration and prevents uncoordinated development support. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith, for that comprehensive background, firstly on the NAMC and more specifically on the department that you work in. Are there any questions from the floor? Haven't seen anything from the chat box, no hands on my side. Okay, from me, a quick one for people who potentially don't know or aren't aware. does the wine industry participate in transformation funds? If they do not, or if they do, or if they do not, what can encourage them? What is the benefit of actually being a participant in such transformation funds and paying levies for these?
Thanks.
And then, can I take one more? Sorry, Mr. Smith.
Okay.
There
No
is a question in the chat box from Untobego. He or she asks, does the conclusion suggest that the transformation spend has not had credible impact? Okay, those are the two questions you have. You can go for it. Mr. Smith?
Okay, thanks, Program Director. Okay, some of the benefits for paying levies is for market information. As Marina said, they are currently in Germany for Provine. So some of the levy funds contribute to that. Also for collecting information to make sure that we have data that we can be analyzed to determine where are we as the industry. And also part of that goes towards transformation to mainstream the Black role players. On the second question, there is an impact because levy expenditures have been increasing over the years, but still the share contribution of Black farmers and Black role players is still very low. So transformation is not an event, so it's a process. Thank you, Program Director.
Perfectly said, Mr. Smith, and thank you very much for the questions, and thank you very much for, again, the comprehensive presentation that you shared with us. With that being said, I think we're on time. How did we manage that? So I'm going to kickstart the next session. I hope everyone is back. They had a quick drink, quick run to the bathroom. We are going to commence. I'm quickly starting because I know we are a bit behind on our schedule, but like I said, the engagement has been great. The participation is, and the seminar, or rather the workshop, is very well attended. And so I think the critical questions and presentations that are being shared today are very, very vital. So that is why I've been allowing for more time for engagement. Please, please, please do remember to sign the register that is shared on the chat box to ensure that all the presentations that are shared with today are sent to you via email. So please, please, please make sure of that if you haven't signed the registration. Now going to our next speaker, we have Ms. Karina Kleinboy. She is an executive of transformation and development at the South African Wine Division. Okay, I haven't had any response before I even go into a bio. Am I audible? Are people back? Thumbs up, anything from anyone? Yes, Tabile? Yes, Jackie? Yes, okay. Perfect. Thank you very much, everyone. So Ms. Karine Kleinboy is an executive of transformation and development at the South African Wine Division. She spearheads strategic initiatives aimed at promoting inclusivity and driving sustainable growth within the wine industry. Key priorities under her leadership include industry transformation and a dedicated focus on developing successful Black-owned businesses, including improving market access, value chain transformation, advancing people's capacity, delivering social value to communities, and industry advisory services. Karine's vision is to achieve equity and inclusion in the wine industry through support initiatives, breaking down barriers, and identifying new opportunities to foster a more vibrant and sustainable sector. Today, she'll be presenting towards an inclusive wine industry, opportunities and challenges for Black-owned brands and wine producers in export markets. Ms. Karine, welcome, and please take it away.
Good morning, colleagues, and thank you for this opportunity to contribute to this conversation around market access improvement for Black entities in the industry. I'm going to share my screen with you. Just give me a moment. Oh dear. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Yeah, everybody can see the screen?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to start off by introducing South Africa Wine. This organization have been established during last year, and I would like to just maybe contextualize and explain the structure of the organization and also show where transformation sits in this institution. So in the past, South Africa Wine, the industry had been made up of many different entities focusing on business intelligence, focusing on research and development, focusing on marketing, certification. So within all these pockets, there were a number of KPIs which related to transformation. So there were cross responsibilities between these organizations, but it was not very well structured. And we have decided to bring all of this under one umbrella organization and focus on key areas such as growth simulation, development, which include transformation, people development, social development. We have also brought under the umbrella organization operational support, innovation and knowledge transfer, as well as business intelligence. This enables the wine industry to act as a collective. So we have one collective voice for the industry. We are able to coordinate all our activities around our industry strategy. It's also a body that is the single point of accountability for delivering on what we set out as the industry strategies and responding to those needs. It enables us to optimize the application of our resources. Ricardo earlier referred to the levy, but so where the levy had been distributed between the different institutions in the wine industry, the levy now comes through SA Wine, and we can be much more focused and optimize the application of those resources. So it definitely improves the collaboration between the functions, which is in line with industry strategy and objectives. It also allows us to act with speed and agility, especially in terms of decision making. And we have a greater flexibility in allocating funds to meet the needs of the industry. So as a vision, apologies, our SA Wine works towards a robust, adaptable, and a competitive wine and brandy industry. And our focus areas and our strategic purpose is to transform, to have a transformed and responsible value chain, to grow a loyal local market base, to establish ourselves as an enviable position in the global market, and also to ensure sustainability throughout the value chain, and really to optimize our diverse resources to deliver sustainable value to all our stakeholders. Those focus areas in particular are consumers, markets, people development, research and innovation, financing and funding, and partnership and collaboration, which is extremely important if we want to be successful. So SA Wine is governed by, chaired by the NAMC, who had been appointed by the Minister of Agriculture to monitor the statutory levies paid by the industry. Ricardo mentioned that earlier. We also report to the NAMC, who also have a permanent observer at our board meetings. Some of that Levy funding is also allocated to the Wine Industry Ethical Trading Association, is Wines of South Africa, sours and brandy, and there's contractual agreements between South Africa Wine and these sister organizations, and they also sit on the executive of SA Wine. Within the board, we have our IXCO, REMCO, there's an Audit and Risk Committee. We have a Transformation, Development and Ethics Committee who supports the oversight of our transformation agenda. It's quite important because, as Ricardo also indicated, of our total levy fund, 60%, 20% goes towards transformation, and of that 60% towards enterprise development, 18% skills development, 5% socioeconomic development, and the rest towards ownership. So that committee works closely with my division and also supports and help with the development of the strategy. So just in terms of the broader organizational strategy, structure, we've got the CEO, we have a communications division, we have a dedicated stakeholder and policy portfolio, which also includes tourism and market access. My division focused predominantly on enterprise and supplier development, industry transformation, and people and skills development, and of course our research and innovation and division, which used to be former wine tech, focus on research and development and technical transfer around viticulture. They are looking at innovation and also research and technology transfer around oenology. As I've mentioned, we have representatives from the Brandy Foundation, from SOURS, who assist with information and business intelligence, finance, management, and of course, Wines of South Africa is our marketing council. Our transformation and development portfolio and the overarching objectives is really to get to an industry that demonstrates concrete commitment to transformation. We are looking at establishing successful Black businesses that are integrated into the wine and brandy value chain. We promote and undertake to produce high quality talent, and particularly looking at how do we meet the critical skills needs in the industry, but also enable capacity building transformation at all levels along the value chain. And of course, very important is that we also add social value to those communities, particularly wine growing communities. Currently, we are supporting 109 Black-owned brands nationally. There's a high concentration of those brands in the north. We have different categories of Black-owned brands. Some are buying wine, bottle it, and have a 100% Black-owned label. Others buy grapes, but produce their own wine and have a label. Then we also have those that are producing wine, bottling wine through their own winemaking process and have a label. We also support, I think it's now about 80 Black-owned producers nationally, with the farms more concentrated in the Western Cape. And between these two segments, since the beginning of July 2019 until July 2023, we've invested over 47 million rand. We also focus, put a high focus or a significant focus on skills capacity and building in the industry through knowledge through information sharing, through master classes. We also do targeted training, technical training, and give broader exposure to both those in the primary production and the secondary production part of the value chain to business of wine and also to the business of markets. We see slow progressive shifts in the industry. Our black wine producers now contribute approximately 1 million liters of wine and approximately 20,000 tons of wine grapes. However, they still represent less than 1% of the total land under production in this segment. So it really underscores the intricate interplay of producers, grape varieties, and market dynamics in South African wine industry, which is highlighting the diversity journey in increasing global presence of black producers. And I think it's important that we perhaps look at this particular aspect in more detail in future. We really need to shift the needle with regards to that. I'm just going to very quickly share this. It just shows in the current levy cycle how we have distributed our resources. Some of it went towards COVID relief. Many farms and brands are still struggling to recover from that, but we are seeing improvements in that regard. Funding towards our black-owned brands, just sort of distributed among the different areas. Our black-owned brand grant funding goes towards dry goods. It goes towards packaging. It goes towards the production of wine, infrastructure development. So there's quite a number of areas that we support. Of course, we also support market access. One of the international shows that we support regularly is enabling participation of black-owned brands in platforms such as ProWine. There's also more significant but smaller trade shows where we always try and provide that opportunity and platform for those brands to showcase their wines. And just from this past ProWine experience, it's very clear how necessary and how needed this kind of exposure is to the brands. Without the support, they won't be able to interact, with different market opportunities or different segments of the market in this way. I just want to quickly, I'm not going to talk through this whole slide because I think my time might be running out. But one of our flagship programs is the Wine Arc. It is the currently serving as an incubation program and service black-owned brands and entrepreneurs. This facility currently hosts about 12 of our black-owned brands. We provide the facility for them to do their tastings. Many of them do not have tasting facilities, and in this way they are able to interact with buyers from different countries, importers. So while we facilitate some of those meetings, many brands also take their own initiative to bring buyers to the facility, introduce them to their wine, and tell these stories behind their wines. The current memorandum of understanding between SA Wine and Wines of South Africa, they are, and maybe Marina spoke to this, I'm sorry I logged on a little bit late. The core responsibilities on WOSA's side is to help and assist South Africa Wine to co-develop a global export strategy. We've just been through that process. Also input in demand-led production strategies and related research, input into export reporting and business intelligence, generic promotion of South Africa Wine, which includes also, sort of rendering of tangible and value-adding generic export market support to exporters, including black-owned brands. Also, where possible, proactively collect market challenges and then provide regular feedback to South Africa Wine. On our side, we assisted and co-developed the global export strategy, the strategy for export and tourism. We specifically focus on the black-owned brand segment with our research knowledge transfer, which we need to ensure is fit for black-owned brands. Otherwise, they can very easily disappear in the broader cohort of established brands. We support with additional funding, provide business intelligence and insights that are fit for black-owned brands, advocate for beneficial market access, address export-related logistical issues. You might be familiar with some of the logistical issues that the industry as a whole are experiencing. We ensure that BOBs are market ready, and for some of them it's a very long journey. And then of course we can do this with the application and the statutory levy. At the priority markets currently that WOSA is set out to grow and invest is East Africa, UK, Germany, United States, Greater China, to maintain the seed market in Japan, Nigeria, and to protect the Netherlands, Sweden, Angola, and Hong Kong. What we have been discussing lately is to look at what would be more suitable markets. While these might be opportunities for black-owned brands, we really need to look at whether these markets are suitable for newly established brands or brands that are not so known in the industry or globally, and what is required to get them market ready for some of these markets, but also markets that might be more fit or more suitable to their needs. So I just want to quickly run through some of the opportunities. When we look at ethical trade and social sustainability standards, Black economic empowerment is a mature, well-regulated, audited diversity and inclusion tool, and as a global value chain trend towards HREDD, there's merit in looking to South Africa as a leader in this area. We work very closely with the Wine Industry Ethical Trading Association on this. I think also inclusivity, we have been demonstrating and reflecting that the majority of Black-owned wine brands are women-owned brands, and this bodes well for gender inclusion in a value chain that has been deemed by many to be unidimensional in its demographics, predominantly white men. Since those who have established virtual wineries, so it's those that don't produce their own grapes and have to source their grapes, they tend to make use of procured wines or grapes. So they hold the potential to procure the best available product, and you can really see it in the sophistication of their wine. Brands really want and try to get to the best quality of grapes by using diverse sourcing strategies. In terms of the opportunities to win concessions that resource the ability to supply markets reliably, it's a big problem still, but the South African wine industry and government subscribe to the national agenda to transform the demographic composition of the wine industry. To do this, they afford preferential access to, for example, the EU trade quotas, while making funding available for promotion and business development. So we work closely with institutions like the DTIC, etc. Some of the challenges, however, is what we are seeing in the wine industry at the moment. This large scale consolidation taking place. So we need to think about the consolidation of the industry into smaller number of large organizations. How do we organize and structure those entities in such a way that they are able to build a larger organization that's made up of a smaller number of brands, or that contains most of those smaller brands. The current global environment has also seen a cost squeeze of 7% year-on-year inflation in the decade preceding 2023 to a 14.5 cost inflation figure in the 2023-2024 period. So naturally, a process of consolidation tends to follow such shocks, and we see that in the industry at the moment. And it's very difficult for small players, such as the sizes of our brands or where they are at in the market at the moment. It's very difficult for them to cross the line. So they're quite vulnerable to this cycle, and many of the brands' existence is under threat unless they acquire opportunity to collaborate with large and dominant players. There's also, the Eurocentric provenance. Black people are not traditionally associated with winemaking. Similarly, as sushi is synonymous with Japanese tradition, wine is synonymous with Southern European provenance or wine transplanted in the New World. So Black-owned brands often struggle to remove perceptions of misaligned cultural provenance. So that is really something where we need to look at how do we position these brands as African, and how do we capture the African culture into the representation of brands. When it comes to ethical trade and sustainability standards, the North-South standards are known in the past to have been imposed out of context. So while it was supposed to support, Black business startups, ironically, Black business startups are not immune to providing their diversity inclusion credentials, and this at a cost. So well-meaning standard writers sometimes inadvertently excluded those whom they intended to benefit, but who are asked to bring about corrective actions that have little bearing on their own ethical standard, but rather a bearing on standardized codes. So there's quite a lot that we still need to do in terms of advocating around ethical and international standards. And I think just maybe to round off both the local and international barriers, and I think I've mentioned this before, unknown brands are not being seen as winemakers. They often lack the technical know-how also in production of wine, so they're very dependent on the conventional industry to produce the wine for them. So there's often issues around quality, around consistency that has an impact on the reputation of those brands. There's a lack of ownership of facilities in primary production. Yeah, I think I've already said uninformed perception of Black emerging brands and the authenticity of these brands. The brands often have very limited resources to market themselves at the same level as established brands. There's a lack of access to distribution channels. A show like ProWine, unless you have some insights of who are the big players, what the market cultures are, it's very difficult to maneuver yourself in such a platform. So it really requires us to do a lot of homework before the time so that we can inform our brands and also help and facilitate access to some of these buyers who often only come to these big platforms for specific wines. They're just there for the new cultivars. So it's difficult to attract their attention. So we are working very hard behind the scenes to make sure that we get access to some of the biggest buyers, ensure that there's somebody on the other end that can assist with distribution if they are successful market penetration. Many of the brands also lack the sustainability of their businesses. There's real challenges around business acumen. people have dreams, and for them, the establishment of a brand is, is almost the end all. But it really only starts with a brand, and we invest a lot of time in mentoring brands to develop strong business propositions. Yeah, I think linked to that is also the absence of business growth strategy. And we've seen the first generation of wine producers, brand owners, but what we are missing in many cases are succession planning. So if we are investing in this as an industry, is it possible for us to ensure that what we've invested will remain in a black entity? We've seen here and there, Seven Sisters, her son is now beginning to take over the business, and she's working towards retirement. But I think we definitely need to do a lot more, and it's something that we are taking into consideration in our strategy to look at enabling the brands to look at the succession. I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you so much, Karine. That was a very good presentation. I personally thoroughly enjoyed it. I'm going to be taking questions. Does anyone have any questions for Karine? Especially speaking on transformation. I know that transformation is one of the biggest things specifically for the wine industry. So I really appreciate that you made this presentation. Can Claudette please kindly switch off your video?
I also want to mention, I see my colleague for Baus is here, and very happy for him to also contribute in any way possible.
Okay. Are there any questions from anyone? I'm not seeing hands. I don't know if I'm missing any hands. Are people still alive? Did people not want to talk? I think I had the privilege of actually being invited to one of the it's a workshop again with the wine industry constituencies. And one of the major issues that were raised during that meeting was of transformation. Apparently, the industry is the least transformed, and some of the issues that the guys face are with investment into the industry as well as access to funding. Are there any initiatives that are geared towards that or assisting them? I know that did present earlier that they try to assist them with application for these funding, but they are from your desk and your units, is there anything that you are trying to do to try and assist the guys in that spectrum? And also, I know that some of them also complained about the fact that throughout the value chain of wines, they only play certain segments, and they'd like to participate from the beginning till the end of the participation of the value chain. So what are some of the initiatives that SA Wines is doing in that spectrum?
My colleague Phil is on this call. Phil, are you available to talk?
Yes, I certainly am. Would you like me to speak to that question?
Yes, particularly the resources, because we have been hard at work in sourcing additional resources, and you've been very significant in that process.
Yeah, so I think one knows, or many who work closely for the wine industry will see it as one which struggles for profitability. It has done for a while. There are some interesting new opportunities for new entrants, especially Black producers in wine tourism. And there's a couple of examples where we've seen people capitalize on those opportunities. I don't have the permission to share their success stories here, but if you drive to Franschhoek and you don't go too quickly, because two prominent wineries on the left-hand side are new additions to the wine tourism sphere, and they're finding early successes in wine tourism. I think it's important to understand too that wine can sometimes be a loss leader in a bigger picture. So, you know, we heard Marina talk about the opportunities with wine tourism. Now, those wine tourism opportunities are crucial because without the wine, the tourists tend not to come. But, you know, wine forms part of a broader set of revenue streams for new businesses. And this has been demonstrated by at least there are 3 Black-owned wineries now, 2 on the left-hand side in Franschhoek as you enter, and then 1 in the town itself. And so the presence in that elite club is of Black ownership who have a share in tourism and boutique wineries and restaurants, and the whole suite is growing. You know, we see that the transport BE codes are also changing. They might create opportunities for people in logistics as well. I myself am involved in that. So you might want to watch the space of logistics. There's probably going to be a big transformation drive there as well. But it's a very long chain. Grape production is low profit yielding, so it's diminishing, it's shrinking. Difficult to, you know, coax a person into a loss-making business, right? So to say, well, you're going to love this and it's going to change your life, but by the way, you're first going to lose money for 7 years, and thereafter you might make money. So that's where tourism and those kinds of levers come in. We've had a successful run in raising funding recently, and we're thankful for that. But you know, that then sees the wine industry as a chain. It doesn't see it as just grape production or just wine selling or just wine making. It understands the broader circumstances. So I think we are an example to many. You know, often you find industries that aren't integrated like we are, where, you know, the person selling the grapes doesn't necessarily have the opportunity. But we are behind numerically as a percentage, but 20,000 tons of grapes by Black producers is a lot of grapes. And we've got programs that we run to support these producers, and you know, we stand to learn a great deal. Karen's leading us through an amazing new strategic process where we're re-looking at everything objectively, and hopefully you will hear good things out of the wine industry soon.
I want to also just add that, you know, I think the way the industry has been structured over the many years really makes it very difficult to demonstrate some of the strides that the industry has already made. And I think a struggle of the industry has always been how to convey the narrative, the transformation narrative. I was very surprised when I started at SA Wine to see what has already been done in the industry. But I think they really struggle to communicate some of these things and connect these things. So I think having all of those institutions under one umbrella organization makes it easier for us to collaborate, to share the stories, to package those stories so that it really shows what the industry has been doing. We still have a long way to go, I agree. We have limited resources, and that's why we are now throwing our net much wider. Between the colleagues and I in my division, we have quite a wide international network, but we also are really very dependent on the partnerships with very strategic government departments, and I think there's still a lot of work that can be done in that regard, because if we want our resources to go as far as possible, we really need to build those partnerships where we can draw and leverage on funding that will add value to what other departments are doing or what we are doing. And in that regard, it really requires all of us to come to the table. And we're really working hard in pinning down those partnerships, long-term partnerships with government, because we found that in some cases, you know, that is working very well. and hopefully we will be able to demonstrate more transformation in this industry if we are able to coordinate and synchronize the support that we provide.
Thank you very much for that. I think it's very comprehensive, and I fortunately am aware of the great work that is being done by SA Wines. But I just wanted the floor to actually hear from you, from the colleagues, what are some of the initiatives that you guys are doing. I'm going to take the last question, and then we're going to release Ms. Karine, because I believe she's in the same predicament as her colleague Marina, whereby they're abroad and therefore on different time zones and might have to be travel. So I'll take the question from Bongani, and then we can wrap it up and move on to the next presenter. Bongani. Hello?
Yes, sorry, Program Director, my mouse did freeze quite a bit. My name is Bongani Ndimba. I am the director of the institute called Infotechnet for Bay, that current as Wine Arc is located. I just want to add to what she said rather than ask questions, in that several years ago, I think it was 2018, there is a very useful document that came out of what we called at the time News Indaba. That's an acronym. We made it up to mean National Emerging Winemakers Indaba, where we invited as many and all those black wine makers and brand owners and many varieties in between to basically carte blanche discussion, and people like Carmen Stevens, Tikipieras, and many others, I think also the Seven Sisters, did contribute to that. I think that's also a very good document for those who might want, because it was part of what led to the formation of the beautiful facility that we have currently at the Institute. So thank you. I just wanted to say that it is a steep slope to climb, but we need each and every brain cell and support to change that bleak picture that was presented by NAMC earlier. Which is quite embarrassing.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bongani. Yes, I think you've captured it quite well, that it's a long climb to Mount Everest, but it is not impossible. So I think if you have any more questions to ask the SA Wines colleagues, I know Karine might actually have to leave, but we still do have Phil online and maybe other colleagues who have not introduced themselves, who are part of the wine industry as well, who can assist with answering some of the questions that we might have in the chat box. Moving on to our next presenter for the day, we have Mr. Kobus van Wyk. He is an accomplished professional with a diverse background in science and quality management. He has ample qualifications ranging from the BSc, from a BSc, BTech, and a B.Admin honors. As part of his career history as well, Mr. Kobus has held multiple positions as a scientist at the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, as a senior laboratory analyst from Distel and from Wine Corp as well. Today, he'll be presenting export certification processes, procedures, and requirements of the Liquor Products Act and various export markets. Mr. Kobus, please take it.
Afternoon. Can you please see my presentation? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. They're working on it.
Okay, thanks.
Colleagues, please kindly share the presentation.
Thank you very much. Yeah, as you heard, I am working for the Directorate Food Safety and Quality Assurance, Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. My office is based in Stellenbosch. So my main responsibility is the export of liquor products. Next slide, please. Next, thank you. Yes, I'm going to start off with the Liquor Product Act. That is Act 60 of 1989. This Act provides control over the sale, the import and export, composition of certain alcoholic products. Next slide. So in this presentation, I will have a look at the scope of the Liquor Product Act, agreement with the European Union, importance of the OIV, importance of the WWTG, the role of the Wine Certification Authority, previously known as the Wine and Spirit Board, the role of the administrating officer, the export process, and export to Africa. Next slide. I already indicated that the Liquor Product Act provides control over alcoholic or liquor products. So, what is an alcoholic or a liquor product? This is a product that contains at least 0.5% alcohol. And please keep in mind, this excludes medicine. So you may be asked the question, so what about the beer? The Liquor Product Amendment Act was set in operation by the President on the 1st of August 2023, where beer, traditional African beer, and other fermented beverages were included under the scope of the Liquor Product Act. Next slide. So when you want to export a product, you must please make sure that the Liquor Product Act must, the liquor product must comply to the Liquor Product Act and also to the legislation of the export country. So, what standards and norms are applicable, or who is responsible for the norms and standards? So the international bodies like the OIV and the WWTG play an important role in setting up the international guidelines, enhancing the trades. Also, we have different agreements. I'm only going to focus on the agreements with the EU or the European Union. The reason for this is because Europe is our biggest export country. On this slide, you will see different products like sherry, port, grappa. Unfortunately, these products were phased out and we cannot use these names. And that was phased out because of one of the agreements we had with the EU. Next slide. So I'm basically going to concentrate on 3 of the agreements. The first one is the Wine and Spirit Agreement that was implemented in 2002. Okay, South Africa didn't benefit from this agreement. The South African trademarks were taken away in favor of the EU geographical indicators. And this was in contradiction with the Trademark Act. And under this agreement, the Wine and Spirit Agreement, grappa was phased out, and currently we're using hard spirit or premium hard spirit as a replacement of grappa. So in 2016, the Wine and Spirit Agreement was replaced by the EPA, or the Economic Partnership Agreement, which basically focus on the protection of different geographical indicators of South Africa and the EU. And the most famous GI of South Africa is the one that we all know is the rooibos tea. So the EPA was important because it relates to the enhancement of quotas. We usually refer to as the EU quotas, and also the excess of duty-free to the EU. And then There was another agreement, the Trade Development and Cooperation Agreement. That was a bilateral agreement. Next slide. Yeah, you need to bear with me. I have quite a lot of information that I need to share with you, and I wish to finish my presentation within half an hour. So who is OIV and what is the OIV? OIV is the International Organization of Wine and Wine, which is based in Paris, not Paris in Free State, Paris in France. So they are responsible for the setup of norms and standards that is related to wine and wine related products. It is important to keep in mind that these norms and standards are based on science. For example, the maximum allowed for methanol in wine is 300 milligrams per liter. This is scientific proof, and that is why it is formed part of the standard in wine. OIV is also responsible for guidelines on new winemaking practices and new winemaking techniques. It's also responsible to make sure that all the standards are the same. And most important, all the scientific research that was done under them, they make available for all the members of the OIV. Next page. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you. So the OIV was established in 1924. South Africa joined in 1963. And the government is responsible for the annual membership fee. Currently, it stands on 1.5 million. Currently, there are 50 members and 12 observers that forms part of the OIV. And these 50 members comprise about 85% of the world grape producers. So there are 3 meetings in a year, and it's usually in March, June, and October. And these meetings are attended by delegations with, where the government and the industry form part of these delegations. Next slide. So why is the OIV important? The OIV, as I mentioned, is responsible for the setup of standards. It's to ensure that there is no technical barriers introduced into standards. South Africa has a vital right, and therefore South Africa can ensure that standards that do not have a negative impact on wine trade is introduced. All OIV standards are accepted by the EU, and these standards and our standards are in alignment with the EU standards. Next slide. So the next group that plays an important role is the WWTG, the Worldwide Trade Group, where they basically focus on the trade in wine and to reduce trade barriers. They also share information on trade issues, also responsible for harmonizing of winemaking practices and wine labeling. There is no formal membership or membership fee involved. Next slide. Here you can see images of meetings of the WWTG and the countries that forms part of the WWTG. Next slide, please. So the WWTG group was formed way back in 1998. And like in the case of the OIV, delegation consists of government and the industry. The focus is basically on labeling agreement and mutual acceptance agreements. Next slide. Other benefits include the reduction of analysis certification. And if certificates are required, it's only because of health and safety reasons. Future work and focuses of this group is sustainable labeling, as already mentioned in previous presentations, the IPW, and also use of pictures for allergens labeling. And they also try to reach out to Asia, especially China. Next slide. So we covered now the agreements and the norms and standards. Now the question remains, I'm making wine. I want to export the wine so I can make money. So what happens next? Yeah, this wine needs to be submitted for approval, and you must keep in mind that wine can be either be uncertified or certified. So our focus, or my focus, will only be on certified wine. So how will the consumer know that the wine is certified? On the slide, you will see there are seals. It was also discussed in previous presentation. So if you find the seal on this bottle, then you will know that bottle of wine was certified, and it guarantees that on the label you will find the vintage, the cultivar, and the origin. So this seal will guarantee that the vintage, the cultivar, and the origin that is displayed on the label are true. Next slide. So who is responsible for the certification control? The Wine Certification Authority is responsible for the certification control. This body was established under Section 2 of the Liquor Product Act. It is basically responsible for the wine of origin scheme, sustainable production of wine, estate brandy scheme. Members of the authority was appointed by the Minister of this department, and therefore the authority reports directly to the Minister. And then we have SARVIS, that's a non-profit organization that's responsible for inspection and collection of information regarding the certification. Next slide. So how does this wine of origin scheme works? It guarantees the following claims on the label, like I mentioned, the origin. So if you find the wine of origin Stellenbosch on the label, you can be assured that that wine you're drinking, that wine comes from Stellenbosch. And if it displays it's a 2021 vintage, you can also be assured that the grapes that was used to make the wine was harvested in 2021. And if it displays the cultivar, you can be sure it's a Cabernet, a Chenin Blanc, or a Sauvignon Blanc. Next slide, please. So why is a wine of origin system important? It's important to prevent fraud. So when you open up a bottle of wine and it states Chardonnay, then you have assurance that the content of that bottle will be Chardonnay. It's also important because it's an international requirement. Next slide. So what about the quality of geographical indicators wines? First of all, we have different tasting panels that's responsible for the tasting of all certified wines. We have different tasting panels that do tasting each day of the week. They taste for the vintage, the cultivar, and origin, and the wine must comply to a minimum quality before the wine is approved. Next slide. So how is the tasting performed? As I mentioned, the wine is tasted by different tasting panels, and these panels consist of members from the industry like winemakers, and all these members of the tasting panel must have a tasting qualification. So when they do taste the wine, then the wine will be tasted blind. So the only information they will have before they start with the tasting of the wine is the vintage of the wine, the cultivar of the wine, and the origin of the wine. Next slide. Next, we will have how the Liquor Product Act is administered. It is administered by the administering officer, which is responsible for the administering of the Liquor Product Act. Currently, the administering officer is Ms. Wendy Jonker-Hanekom. She delegated her powers and functions to different officials of the department who is responsible for different activities in terms of the Liquor Product Act. Next slide. Basically, there are two different directorates involved with this. And the one is Food Safety Quality Assurance, Subdirectorate Liquor Products. That's responsible for the establishment of norms and standards of the liquor products. They're also responsible for draft a policy, responsible for import and export certification. And then we also have the Directorate Inspection Services that ensure implementation on the local market. And they also assist us with the import and export control and other requirements. Please note that these offices are based in Stellenbosch. Next slide. So before any export can happen, you have to submit your product for approval, and your product has to comply with the following 3 requirements. So what we do is we check the label to see if it complies with the Liquor Product Act and also the requirements of the export country. I already mentioned that we do sensorial tasting of every wine, and then we also check for analysis to see that it complies. Basically, when we do the analysis, we look at the alcohol, we look at the sugar content, we look at the SO2 and the volatile acidity. In terms of the alcohol, some countries, they have a tolerance for, like the EU, they have a allowed tolerance, alcohol tolerance of 0.5% between the actual alcohol and the label alcohol. Other countries are more lenient and they allow the alcohol tolerance of 1%. And then we have different sugar classes, and therefore it's important to check the sugar content of each wine. Next slide. So when you want to export, you have to use the wine online system. And first of all, you need to register yourself before you can start with the export process on the wine online system. Next slide. So the wine online system is specific for export certification. So what is wine online? It is a web-based system for the controlling of the local and export certification of liquor products. It's only such online system in the world, so I can say proudly South African. It was developed through the collaboration between our department, DTI, and the wine industry. All export of liquor products have to go through wine online in order to get the necessary documentation. Next slide. So what is the benefits of wine online? When you registered, there is a login and a password allocated to you. So you will be the only one that has access to wine online with your logon and your password. So not even your neighbor or your scallopy will have access to wine online, except when they have your logged on or your password. So it is used for export application online. So you can do it anywhere in the world. You don't have to be at office. It's remote printing of export certificate at any premises, and every export certificate has a unique code. It's quick turnaround time. You can generate your export certificate within minutes, and it ensures full traceability from the vineyard to the market. It's a unique control system health and food safety assured. Next slide. So what is the export process? Before you can apply for your export certificate, you have to get approval of your wine. So we look at the label, we look at the analysis, we do the sensorial evaluation. When you comply with all three requirements, then we will notify you that your product is approved and ready for export. So now you have to apply for export certificate. Afterwards, the next process is notification of loading, where you will inform inspection service when and where you're going to load. So inspection services, they will decide if they're going out and do the physical inspection, and that usually happens within 24 hours. And after they approve the notification of loading, then you can proceed with the declaration of loading. And this is to confirm that the amount that was indicated on during the application process was loaded. And it's also important for you to apply for the clearance documentation, because you're going to need the clearance documentation to clear the wine on the other side. Next slide. So with the previous presentations, you were made aware that we have bottled stock and that export can also occur in bulk format. So bulk format, it's usually 20,000 liters and more. So this wine is loaded within a flexi bag, within a container. And before you can load this wine, you have to make sure that your free SO2 complies to the minimum requirements of 30 milligrams per liter. We also check the volatile acidity. It cannot exceed 0.8 grams per liter. This is to ensure quality and to protect the image of South African wine. So then you proceed, you export the wine, and on the other side, they will bottle the wine, and then we will request with spot checks that you bring back the final product that is fully dressed, and then we will do a risk assessment. We will check the label, we do the analysis, and we will do the tasting to make sure that that wine that was bottled on the other side complies to the minimum requirements. This is one of a unique system like the wine online system. It's a unique system, the only system in the world. Next slide. Yeah, I only have examples of wine that was exported in bulk and bottled on the other side, came back to South Africa, and that was tested by our lab and our tasting panels. Next slide. So you finally made your product, you're ready to export, you decide to export, and now you have to find the market. And you can export to any country, but it's sad to say that we currently experience the biggest problems with export to Africa. The constraints is the verification of compliant programs such like SGS and Bureau Veritas, and the technical requirements that is not based on international norms. So it was not approved by the OIV or the WWTG. For example, Kenya, when you want to export to them, your extract or your total solids must be between 40 and 150 grams per liter. And that's a big problem for South Africa because our total solids or extract doesn't exceed 40 grams per liter. The other issue we have is that microtest is required for wine with alcohol content less than 8%. The microtest they want is coliforms and total plate counts. And nowhere else in other countries, microbiological analysis is required. Other problems we have is the heavy metals analysis. That's not relevant to wine, but Africa requires this analysis. And then we have wide definition in terms of the sugar classification. Our sugar class definitions is in line with the OIV. So African countries is different. So you will have a product where it states it's a dry wine in terms of our requirements, but then it doesn't comply to African countries' requirements. And as I already mentioned, microbiological analysis is required, but in wine it's not necessary because wine has a low pH, high alcohol, and the presence of SO2 make it impossible for bacteria or other microorganisms to survive in this wine. And most important, this analysis, it's costly and unnecessary. Next slide.
5 more minutes.
Next slide. We also have additional analysis that it's required, it's expensive, it requires a long lead time, and it generates duplication. Next slide. On the other hand, this is SGS and Bureau Veritas. They checked our wine and control our wine, and we know for sure that our wine is safe for consumption. And in the past, they didn't accept our documentation, but with continuous mails and letters, they finally accept our documentation. And our department, it's quite a good relationship with the VOC agents. Next slide. So in summary, there are many constraints when we want to export wine. And international wine arena is complicated. Challenges remain in form of ever-changing export country and certification requirements. So many times when there is a change in requirements of other countries, there's no formal communication via the government to our government. We usually get that information from the exporters. And it's difficult to remain competitive with duty-free agreements. And therefore, South Africa should focus on making quality wine and selling in a premium wine category. Despite all these constraints, South Africa remains under the top 20 producers and exporters in the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gobus. I will then, I think just a takeaway from me, and then we'll move to the next presentation before we go to Q&A. We know that wine is the most heavily regulated alcohol category, but from the presentation that you've shared with us today, we note that this is in line with international standards, even though you're still faced with challenges such as that to compete with duty-free agreements. Moving to our next presentation, I will give time for Q&A. Please write your questions and put them aside, ready for Mr. Gobus at our Q&A session. Our next presentation comes from our next speaker, which is Ms. Asanda Languza. Ms. Asanda Languza is a senior agricultural economist from the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, Directorate's International Trade Promotions, which is a division trade research. She's responsible for outreach and trade awareness initiatives, training on trade opportunity analysis, mentoring of interns, trade alerts, that is monitoring of weekly news articles on current trade issues and global sector trade developments. Today, she'll be presenting on international trade agreements and preferential trade. Please take it away, Ms. Asanda.
Okay, thank you, Chair Lady.
Phil, just a quick note, please kindly see a question in the chat box, and can the colleagues please assist with projecting?
Can you see my presentation?
Nothing from my side yet.
Nothing. I would like to project it myself because
Okay.
I've done some minor changes.
No problem. There's nothing yet.
Nothing yet. Okay, let's try one more time.
Something's coming.
Okay, no, it's not that one. Okay, I'll try for the last time, then I'll give up.
Okay. I see a lot of people are logging off.
Okay, can we see it now?
Nothing yet, Sasanda.
All right, the colleagues can help me out then.
Okay. Colleagues, can you
Know
kindly
what
help?
could be happening?
Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope my presentation will be shorter because most of the previous speakers have covered a lot of things that are also part of my presentation. Next slide, please. So I work for the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, and under the Directorate International Trade Promotions. So next slide, please. What do we do in the Directorate? We work together or closely with the DTIC, and we are responsible for international trade agreements. We also are responsible for outreaches like the one we are doing with the webinars, and we also do physical workshops, especially for emerging farmers. Next slide, please. Okay. Next one, please. Okay, so we have trade agreements with different regions and countries. And so I'll briefly speak about those agreements. Under Africa, we have tripartite free trade area, and it has member states that are 27. And the status that is currently on is that rules of origin have been concluded, and there are still outstanding issues like tariff negotiations. And about 11 countries have ratified the agreement. And this agreement requires about 14 so that it can be implemented. So South Africa has both signed and ratified this agreement, but now it has not been implemented because there's not enough number of member countries that have ratified. Next, please. And the next one, Africa Continental Free Trade Area, which was launched in June 2015. And the participating countries are 55 AU member states, and 54 have signed. We left with Eritrea that has not signed the agreement. And what is the status of the ACFTA? About 46 member states, which is 85%, have deposited their ratification instruments, and over 44 tariff offers have been concluded and submitted to the Secretariat. So SACO or South Africa signed, ratified, and gazetted the agreement already. And we've seen on the media that in January this year, South Africa launched the first shipment of traded goods that were destined for Ghana and Kenya. So we're good to say that the trade agreement has started working, and South Africa was the first country actually to do this. Okay, so there are still some minor things that needs to be tied up, like rules of origin in the continental. Okay, moving on to SACO agreement, which was amended and signed in year 2002. with the participating countries of South Africa, Botswana, Lesotho, Namibia, and Eswatini. This agreement has a product coverage with the one market with due-free movement and goods across the member states. And the common external tariff is used when trading with the third parties. So the current status is that the agreement is in smooth implementation, and this has resulted in South Africa dominating the market. And the current challenge, as some of us might be aware, that Botswana and Namibia imposing some import restriction for South African products. We can move on, thank you. Moving on to SADC Free Trade Area, which was signed in 1996. It is about 13 SADC members, except for Angola, DRC, and Union of Comoros. And the current status is that it's also in a smooth implementation, which has also resulted in South Africa dominating the market again in the Southern African region. And the challenges are some of the countries that have not fully implementing the agreement, like Tanzania, Malawi, and Zimbabwe. And there are also some countries that have not yet acceded the agreement. Next, please. Okay, then we move on from Africa and we go to Europe. There are agreements that have been negotiated and implemented with Europe. And one of those is the SADC EU EPA, which was implemented from 2016, and it is currently being reviewed. The sector gained improved market access for fisheries, wines, flowers, and canned fruits under the agreement. And this agreement contributes towards a positive agricultural trade balance between South Africa and the EU. And the main products benefiting from this agreement are wines, avocados, and others. So we'll see that in this agreement, wine seems to be doing so well with the wine quota that is there being used and utilized, especially the bulk wine quota. We see that in 2023, it was fully utilized 100%, and the bottled wine quota was utilized at about 49%. So we continue with SACU-EFTA agreement, which was implemented from 2008 and also under review. So in this agreement, we recognize that only agricultural sector is still facing duties, and the main sectors exporting and benefiting are fruits, nuts, and beverages. So wines again are part of the beverages. So the specific product benefiting are grapes, macadamia nuts, oranges, and other products that are fruit products. And South Africa's objective under review, as I've said earlier on that the agreement is being reviewed, is to increase market access for more agricultural products. Okay, so if we look under SACU-M UK EPA, which also is being implemented since 2021, and again is under review, we see again wine quotas being part of the agreement, both bottled and bulk. And in December 2023, we saw that bottled wine, the quota that was used was more than 8 million liters, and for bulk, more than 20 million liters. And so the stats reveal that bulk is moving faster than the bottled wine. And we also have additional market access gains on sugar, wines, and canned fruits. So in this agreement, some provisions could not be concluded during negotiations, and they are still ongoing. Thank you. Okay, so if we move from Europe to America now, there's a USA's AGOA and America's, which is not a reciprocal trade agreement, but it is only US offering preferential market access, which is duty-free, to sub-Saharan African countries that meet criteria requirements, and South Africa is one of those countries. So the challenges that we're having under AGOA is that because they're using the generalized system of preferences, which we use GSP, we worried about the graduation of out of GSP due to level of development as they look at the level of development for the countries that are under the AGOA. But the AGOA was it's gonna expire in 2025, so it means that South Africa is now, as we know, that it's benefiting a lot under this agreement. We're hoping that it will be will still be part of the agreement as South Africa. Thank you. And then another agreement under Americas is SACU-MECASO Preferential Trade Agreement, which started being implemented from 2016. And the trade agreement provides for preferential market access to about 1,000 tariff lines each side, or with each country under MECASO. And the margin of preference is between 10 and 100%. And the applied tariff rate is reduced by those margins I've mentioned. And South Africa is the most trading with these MECASO countries, and there's a trade deficit that we see in this under this agreement. Thank you. Okay, so if we look at South Africa's exports of agricultural products as a whole, looking at different regions, we'll see that in 2023, South African exports have increased by 16% in total in the world. But if we look specifically in the EU, we'll see that South Africa has a 90% share and our exports increased. So basically, agricultural exports increased throughout the world except for MECASO. And if you remember, I've mentioned that there's a trade deficit in MECASO, and we see that they've decreased by about 14%. And if we look at wines specifically, we'll see that we're exporting a lot of beverages in the EU and in the US. Okay, thank you. We move on. All right. So we also look at the realistic exports, and I'll just mention in summary that we'll see that wines have a potential. They've got a potential in both the EU, America, and Asia. So in summary, that is my presentation for today. I'm not going to present each slide because they all talk about the same thing. Wines, they emerge as the product that has the highest realistic potential, export potential for South Africa when we look at all the agricultural products. That's all from me today, and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Asanda, for your comprehensive presentation. I think it is what we needed to end off the presentations that we've had for today. There are quite a number of questions in the chat box for both of our presenters, so please avail yourselves for the questions that are in the chat box. The first question is for you, Asanda. If we are exporting to Botswana, how is excise to be handled? I don't know, Maurice, if you want to jump in there to that question and potentially just elaborate on it further for Asanda. Simpiwe, please close your video. Asanda, I don't know if you understand Maurice's question.
I understand it, but it is more practical. I think he's more asking about what happens in the border, hey?
Yeah, he is saying
or is
under
it more on
SACU.
tariffs?
Saying under SACU.
Okay.
So-
my colleague Spa can jump in and answer.
Yes, and
Spa,
I'm
are you
aware
here?
that Mr. Mazibugo is also online. I don't know if he's still around. He can
Yes.
also try and assist us answering this question. Simpiwe, please, once again, please remove your video before we see unsolicited things in the background. Okay, whilst we're still waiting on that, let's jump over to the question for Mr. Gobus. So, Mr. Gobus, the question is from Kanyisa. Which countries in Africa specifically have the TBTs that were mentioned? Example, microbiological testing, etc. Or is it all the countries in Africa?
Thank you for the question. It's actually difficult to state, indicate which countries are required this. What I usually do when I get an inquiry regarding export to Africa, the first thing I will do is I will ask the exporter to contact SGS or Bureau Veritas and verify with them if they need a COC or VOC certificate, meaning they need to get approval before they can export to one of these African countries. And like I stated in my presentation, there is no formal communication from government to inform us what countries is requiring what type of analysis. So I will usually refer them to contact SGS or Bureau Veritas and verify with them what they require before they can export to one of these African countries.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gwabas, for that answer. I'm hoping that it sufficiently answers your question, Kanyisa. Another question, I think it's for you, Asanda, is from Tobego. He's asking any comments on the dependency of AGOA or desire to stay on may be perverse incentive for deliberate suppression of the SA's economic development. So I think it's a comment more than it is a question, but I don't know if you want to have a bite at that comment, Asanda, from your side.
I don't have a bite really. I think it is a comment. And I also think that the reality is that if we look at the statistics of what we're trading to AGOA, then it's debatable actually. So I'm not gonna comment. I'll just leave it there.
Okay, I think I'll take a bite in Dobega and agree with you that basically having a look at what's been happening specifically in the news and some of the engagements that we've been having, we can see that it is some sort of an incentive for deliberate suppression of SA's economy, or where we can look at it from the outside as part of that. Another question from my side, Asanda, is are there any restriction on wine exports, and specifically to which countries are those restrictions, if any? I know you spoke of restrictions in trade in general, but for wine specifically, are there any, and to which countries? And then I have another question from, I think, Spamanda. You can go ahead, Spamandla, before Asanda gives us the answer to both questions.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I hope I am actually audible on your side.
Yes.
Can you confirm before I move on?
I
Chair,
can hear you.
yeah, I raised my hand to try and respond to the question that was raised in the chat box. The question is not clear to me, but I just wanted to explain that countries that are part of the SACO agreement, there are 5. Because we are a customs union, we are literally one market. And within the customs union, we've got this duty-free, quota-free movement of goods across the 5 member states. We only charge the common external tariff on trade with third parties, as Asanda has indicated. And the revenue that is generated from our trade with third parties then goes into the common revenue pool. The common revenue pool, which is then at a particular point during the course of the year, shared by the 5 SACU member states. And part of that revenue, we've got import duties, and then we've got the excise duties. So I hope I am actually trying to respond to the question. But as to how the excise is handled, maybe I can escalate that question to the agency that deals with taxes, which is SARS. But the question is not clear to me. But I hope I've actually tried to provide the broader perspective about how trade takes place in SACU in the context of the SACU agreement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Spamandla, for that. I know that Sam in the chat box has also given it some lights in that both South Africa and Botswana are governed by the SACU trade agreements. I don't know if, Maurice, this covers your question, but I also have a hand from Ezra. I believe she'll also be sharing a comment on this question. Yes, Ezra, you can go for it.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, yeah, Spa, I've answered the one on SACU. We are in customs union, but outside of customs union, one would also have a rules of origin certificate to show that your product is produced in South Africa. Obviously, I'm not sure if that applies to Botswana, but then each country may also have its internal taxes, like we've got in South Africa what they call sin taxes on alcohol. I'm not sure if that's taxed at the border or it's another process, but one have to consider. What is the question on AGOA? Because as far as the news, as far as I have it, that AGOA was extended to from 2025 to 2041 for another 16 years, and South Africa is part of that, and it's actually an act of the USA in which they permit Africa to import duty-free into the United States. It's a unilateral act that favor Africa exports. And the question was that, is there any pressure they want to put and maybe reciprocity that they require in terms of other areas? Because they, for example, if you don't comply to principles of democracy, they can then terminate your participation, or if there's anything that's unfavorable to the biosecurity or the security of the United States, they can then terminate your access to that preference. So I hope that answered the question.
Thank you very much, Ezra. I'm hoping that Maurice is answered. I can see from the chat box that he seems to be sufficiently answered as well. There are more questions. Asanda, I don't know if you want to say something, or should we just go to the questions?
Okay, so you asked about the restrictions, Cheledi, on wines. When I mentioned the restrictions, especially in Botswana and Namibia, they were vegetable restrictions mostly. I'm not aware of any wine restrictions.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Okay, the next question is from Rodney Hart. He says, "Thank you, Asanda." I hope it's a he. Otherwise, apologies. Thank you, Asanda and Kobus, for insightful presentation. Just to add to Prof. Ndimba's remarks earlier, besides the wine arc that is hosted by the ARC, we also host the Wine and Spirits Board, which regularly evaluates. This is just a comment from previous presentations. I believe he's wrapping up from previous presentations as well. He continues to say, which regularly evaluates wines for organoleptic fault or lack thereof. ARC personnel are regular members of WSB panels, which highlight the key role that the ARC as a reporting entity to DALRRD is playing in the industry. The last question I'm going to take for this session is from Samgelisiwe. Please, Samgelisiwe, go ahead.
Thank you, Thandeka. Good day, everyone. It's not a question from me. It's just to add on the responses that you got from Asanda and Ezra. Specifically on the question on the restrictions in wine exports. I just wanted to say that there are restrictions in terms of quotas or quantities that can be exported to the EU and the UK per year. For the UK, South Africa can export up to 114 million liters duty-free, and to the EU, South Africa can export about 144 million liters per year to the EU. And then for the EU, once the quota has been reached, then every 100 kilograms of wine has a tariff duty of about 33.9 euros that is applied. That's all from me.
Thank you very much for that, Samgelisiwe. I think what everyone has sort of indicated to me today, specifically for this session, I know everyone else has been playing, is that we have an immense amount of teamwork within the team. You'll are nothing short of what the Springboks are. Basically winners, because there were questions asked and everyone from the team was willing to pitch up and answer the questions. So I think absolutely brilliant, and we all should actually take notes from that we are actually team members, and the presentation might be just shared by one person, but the work is done by the entire team. So thank you very much for that. I know that the teams at SA Wines also showed the same enthusiasm, so we all carry the spirits of the box. So thank you very much for that. And with that, I close the question and answer session for today. It's been such a long day, but I thank each and every one of you for basically participating. We had an absolutely amazing turnout, and I wasn't expecting it to be this great, but then I would leave that for our closing remarks. The next speaker is Mr. Bernard Mangai, who is basically a colleague of mine. He is an economist at the National Agricultural Marketing Council, specializing in smallholder market access research. His diverse professional background includes serving as a research assistant agricultural practitioner, teaching assistant, information officer, field project supervisor, showcasing his diversity and adaptability across various disciplines. He holds an MSc in agricultural economics and is pursuing his PhD in environmental economics at the University of Pretoria. Furthermore, he has produced a research output, including a best contributed conference paper at the 2022 AESA in Namibia, focusing on preferences for index-based pasture insurance. He also received training in choice experiments, climate climate change and agribusiness management at national and international levels. Basically, what they're trying to say is Bernard is the best person to do the closing remarks, taking in every ounce of what has been done and said today and putting it into something that we all are going to appreciate and be able to understand. Over to you, Bernard.
Thank you so much for giving me this time. I would like to thank everyone and all the participants. Specifically, I will start with the organizers who made this possible, who are in the IHC. Thank you so much for making this possible. And I also want to thank all the esteemed speakers for today. They really gave insightful presentations, focusing all on the entire value chain, focusing on different aspects based on their expertise. Particularly the colleague from DIT really gave us an opportunity for smallholder farmers looking at the export marketing and investment assistance scheme that is running, which can really help to connect these emerging farmers or emerging producers with the international market. And also the CEDA showed a crucial work that they're doing in fostering a conducive environment for emerging producers to strive really in the competitive export market. I would say this initiative that these organizations are doing, really they provide financial assistance, but not only financial assistance, they also provide crucial guidance and support, which we need to navigate the complexities of the international trade. I also want to highlight the presentation from the industry wine, which really highlighted that wine industry is resilient and adaptable, particularly in the face of COVID. We saw how it was resilient given the global market disruption, and it is really recommendable to see that the industry's commitment to sustainability and ethical trade practices, which is not only benefit the environment, but also contribute to its long-term viability. With that being said, we also received a very insightful presentation from NAMC, which really plays a crucial role in providing levies or administering these levies for the industry, which really plays a crucial role in making sure that the transformation work on the ground goes on, and it really plays a crucial role in terms of uplifting the emerging farmers. We also had a good presentation from the trade negotiations and agreement, which really clearly shows that South African market dominate in certain regions has been result of a successful implementation of trade agreements. However, challenges remains such as import restrictions, and this need continuation for trade objective to be reviewed so that the dynamic nature of international trade can be conducive for all. So with that being said, with the limited time, I won't be able to cover all the aspects that have been discussed, but all in all, I would say the presentations have really highlighted the importance of collaboration, innovation, adaptability in wine industry, and by embracing these themes or principles, we can ensure that continued success and growth in the industry while contributing to the broader goals of transformation, economic growth, and social empowerment and job creation goes forward. With that being said, I would like to thank all of you, and over to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Bernard, for that good summary of today's event. Once again, I'd like to thank each and every one of you, the presenters, the people who made it possible, the people who worked behind the scenes. If anything, all I can ask is from the organizers is that next time, can we please have this over bottles of wine? and that's for today. I will close the meeting. I believe we actually finished earlier than we thought we would. Thank you very much to each and every one of you. Have a lovely day further.